Look, kid. Bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it, right?
Right.
Wrong! When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on the world. Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna Matata. It means no work.
もうちょい下。もうちょい上。
下、
あ、そうそう。で、言語見て。
言語見てます。
ああ、言語見て。
言語見てます。
ああ、そう。
Hanya mereka yang berani berubah yang akan mendapatkan kesempatan terbaik. Kami menjawab tantangan untuk bertransformasi menjadi media informasi yang terintegrasi. Bisnis Indonesia semakin mengokohkan dirinya menjadi penyedia informasi ekonomi dan bisnis. Kesuksesan yang kami raih bukanlah tanpa tantangan. Prinsip yang kami pegang teguh dalam setiap aktivitas kerja membuat tantangan kami pandang sebagai sebuah peluang. Kami berupaya untuk seimbang di segala aspek, jujur dan bertanggung jawab, selalu memberikan solusi dan layanan prima, membangun kemitraan yang produktif, terus berpikir kreatif untuk menciptakan produk-produk inovatif. Semangat inilah yang menjadikan kami perusahaan multimedia terbaik. Tanpa melupakan dari mana kami berada, bisnis Indonesia terus berkembang dan berinovasi. Bisnis Indonesia Group hadir memberikan solusi media terpadu untuk bisnis Anda dengan unit usaha Big Media dan Big Services. Melalui Big Media, kami menyajikan informasi secara akurat dan terpercaya melalui berbagai format media. Informasi tentang bisnis dan ekonomi menyebar lebih luas hingga ke berbagai daerah di Indonesia. Semakin cepat, mudah, dan dapat diakses dimanapun Anda berada. Lebih dekat dan tak terbatas ruang. Kami hadirkan pula layanan terpadu dari lini usaha Big Services untuk menunjang beragam kebutuhan korporasi Anda. Kami memanfaatkan kecanggihan teknologi agar informasi ekonomi dan bisnis tersebar semakin luas dengan platform online dari Bisnis Indonesia Group. Diperkuat dengan lini usaha percetakan di beberapa daerah, kami menjawab kebutuhan produksi media cetak dan corporate services dengan hasil cetakan berkualitas. Membantu memberdayakan sumber daya manusia lebih optimal. Memberikan manfaat bagi lingkungan dunia usaha menjadi salah satu visi kami. Karena kami percaya dengan berbagi, kita bisa sukses bersama. Integrasi dan diversifikasi usaha multimedia inilah yang dapat kami lakukan untuk Anda. Bisnis Indonesia Group turut memperkuat bisnis dan ekonomi bangsa ini. Bersama, meraih sukses dengan berbagi wawasan dan pandangan yang lebih baik.
Moga-moga ke depan bisnis Indonesia tetap menjadi partnernya kami untuk bisa menjaga perekonomian secara positif. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bisnis Indonesia navigasi bisnis terpercaya.
Public Works and Housing, Republic of Indonesia. And also Mr. Takumi Yamamoto-san, Director Planning Division Road Bureau, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism, MLIT Japan. And Mr. Alvin Mr. Pratomo Binawan Putra, Jasa Marga Trans Jawa Toll Road Regional Division Head, Mr. Yoshinori Mikurasan, as a Manager Overseas Business Division of WNAXCO, Mr. Xu Changcheng, as a General Manager of Indonesia Representative Office or CRCC International Investment Group Limited, Mr. Rodrigo Emmanuel Franco, as the President and Chief Executive Officer of Metro Pacific Tollways Corporation or MPTC, and Dr. Atif Ansar from Oxford University. And we also have our moderator who will lead for the first panel discussion here with me in the studio, Mr. Andre Permana. He is the Executive Director of Business Indonesia Infrastructure Guarantee Fund. Good morning, Mr. Permana. How are you?
Good morning, Mbak Dewi.
Yes.
Good morning too.
Okay,
Good day,
and ladies and gentlemen, to begin our webinar, now I would like to kindly invite for the head of Indonesia's Toll Road Authority or ITRA, Ministry of Public Works and Housing of the Republic of Indonesia to deliver his keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Danang Parikesit.
Very good morning, everyone. Dr. Basuki Hadi Mulyono, our minister, is supposed to give his keynote speech today, and he has already scheduled it. However, the recent disasters of flood in West Kalimantan province and also the Semeru volcano eruption has obliged him to put government action into priority. So he traveled to the disaster-affected regions yesterday and today, accompanying the President Joko Widodo, and he sent his regards to all of us. He asked me to read his speech for us. So allow me to have your time to listen to his speech. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. Heldi Satria Putra, the expert staff for increasing investment competitiveness at the Ministry of Investments, the Investments Coordinating Board of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Takumi Yamamoto, Director, Planning Division Road Bureau, MILT, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism, Japan, Mr. Alvin A. Cardo, Executive Director of the Philippines Toll Road Regulatory Board, Ms. Yai Putyanti, Vice President of Bank Central Asia, Mr. Stefano Gezi, Ontario's Teachers Pension Plan Infrastructure Team, distinguished speakers and panelists, ladies and gentlemen, and also this webinar participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and best wishes to all of us. First of all, let us praise and thank Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, God Almighty, for allowing us to gather today to participate in this webinar, Indonesia's Toll Road Infrastructure Competitiveness in the Global Perspective, which is held by PT Marga Utama Nusantara in association with Business Indonesia Daily Newspaper. Ladies and gentlemen, all countries in the world are currently carrying out large-scale policies and efforts to save the economy, to save the public from COVID-19 pandemic, and also to carry out the counter-cyclical measures in fiscal, monetary, and financial regulations. In addition, various countries are also continuously trying to overcome the impacts of COVID-19 to secure future growth that affects real sectors, including workforce and also degrading incomes. These efforts should be carried out to produce a fair and equitable, safe and smooth recovery for the global economic recoveries in all countries. The Ministry of Public Works and Housing of the Republic of Indonesia has made various efforts to support national economic recovery, one of which through improving the connectivity of toll roads to ensure the continuity of economic recovery, while at the same time imposing a stringent health protocol to limit the spread of COVID-19 virus. The year 2022 will be an important year for us all to strengthen global cooperation in achieving global economic recovery, one of which through sustainable infrastructure investments. The G20 Indonesia presidency will carry out the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger, which will include a discussion on infrastructure investments and financing. Sustainable infrastructure finance development requires a comprehensive approach to strengthen governance, including project preparation processes and stakeholder engagement, as well as strengthening medium and long-term economic growth. International support and domestic efforts should be and must be pursued together. In addition, quality infrastructure is very important to ensure a well-functioning achievement for infrastructure financing, protecting the interests of investors and environment, ensuring efficiency, stability, and enhancing the values of integrity, anti-corruption, and enforced government regulations. Ladies and gentlemen, toll roads continue to transform and develop into an industry that is increasingly involving the private sectors and their sources of financing. The availability of new roads will result in a large investment value, a faster distribution of goods and services, jobs creations for the community, a support for tourism area, as well as a better logistics cost efficiency. In 2004, Law number 38 concerning road was issued, which mandates the establishment of the Indonesian Toll Road Authority, ITRA, or BPJT, as a regulatory agency which was previously held by PT Jasa Marga, currently a public company. In the process of amending the Law 38/2004, we will improve the investment climate and the quality of toll road infrastructure, ensuring the public's interest is served. Toll road development processes has entered a new phase after 2005. In June 28, 2005, the Indonesia Toll Road Authority was established as the regulators of toll road in Indonesia. At that time, the continuation of 19 toll roads projects whose constructions were postponed in 1997 was again carried out. And until now, the implementation of toll road construction continues to produce new segments spreading across Indonesia. Since 1978, the evolution of toll road business in Indonesia has gone through several stages. The first stage is between 1978 to 2009, allowing Jasa Marga, public company, to act as an operator as well as a regulator, which then followed by the second phase, which is 2005-2014, and we call it a consolidation stage, where ITRA is established and Jasa Marga is served as the toll operators, followed by any other toll road companies. In the first Joko Widodo era, our president, 2014-2019, we witnessed a very rapid growth in the toll road development, and we call that an acceleration stage. Today, in 2019 until 2024, we have to pursue another strategy called transformation, innovation, and modernization of toll roads. In the future, the government will facilitate the investment of toll road using three approaches. First, as full financing by the private sectors. Second, the public-private partnership or PPP programs, or through government cooperation scheme with business entities, as well as number three, financing operation and maintenance contract. The guarantee will be given by the Ministry of Finance through the Indonesia Infrastructure Guarantee Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, the history of toll roads in Indonesia began in 1978 with the operation of Jakarta-Bogor-Ciawi toll road with a length of 59 kilometers. Today, the total operating toll roads in Indonesia by the end of 2021 will reach 2,700 plus kilometers in Java, Bali, Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Sulawesi Islands. Transformation, innovation, and modernization, as well as connectivity of the nations, are the guiding strategies for the Toll Road Regulatory Agency in order to produce sustainable toll road achievement target in the future, referred as Toll Road 4.0. The Ministry of Public Works and Housing ensures transparency and accountability for the toll road bidding process and performance evaluation. For toll road investors, ILTRA will be a direct partners in development of toll road in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenge for us in this endeavor is to design innovation-based platform for the next 5 years. We have entered the era of infrastructure digital technology that is increasingly putting focus on higher quality, safer, and also provide better services for the community. The speed of infrastructure, however, is largely determined by the land acquisition phase. Since 2012, land acquisition has been regulated by Law Number 2 concerning land procurement for development in the public interest. In general, it provides measurable stages in each stage of land acquisitions, including time limits and to the division of role of each stakeholders and government agencies. The problems of land acquisition must be resolved immediately. The President Jokowi has often said that the longer the land acquisition takes, the more expensive infrastructure will be. And therefore, the problem of slow land acquisition will make the investments cost even higher. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude my keynote speech, allow me to express my deepest gratitude to Marga Utama Nusantara, our partners, together with Business Indonesia for holding this event. Hopefully, this webinar can give us enlightenments on important role of government and private sectors together in giving birth to new innovations on the implementation of toll road connectivity in the future. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless us in carrying out our good intention together today, as well as in supporting toll road connectivity that is safe, secure, comfortable, and of high quality for Indonesia's future. We all require to work hard, move fast, act appropriately, plus al-haqul karimah, and have artistic spirit. We should be innovative and continue to strive to improve the nation's competitiveness. If we are determined to do that, of course, we can achieve it. We can achieve what we have targeted as long as we do in accordance to the work guidelines that we have developed in partnership with the private sector. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Minister of Public Works and Housing, Basuki Hadi Mulyono. So thank you so much for listening to the keynote speech written by the Minister of Basuki. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Yes, thank you, Mr. Danang Parikesit, for very insightful keynote speech talking about the toll road development in Indonesia. And ladies and gentlemen, for the next keynote speech, we will have a special advisor to the Minister of Investment, Competitiveness Enhancement of the Ministry of Investment, Indonesia Investment Coordinating Board, or BKPM Republic of Indonesia, to deliver the speech. And now please welcome Mr. Heldi Satria Putra.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Bapak Profesor Danang Parikesit, Head of Indonesia Toll Road Authority or BPJT, Mr. Alvin Akharulo, Executive Director of Philippines Toll Regulatory Board, Mr. Takumi Yamamoto, Director Planning MLIT Japan, Ibu Yayi Mustika Udianti, Vice President PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk, Bapak Dani Hasan, President Director of PT Marga Utama Nusantara, all participants of Indonesia Toll Road Infrastructure Competitiveness in Global Perspective webinar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank Marga Utama Nusantara and Business Indonesia for giving us opportunity to take part in this valuable event. I believe this event is the right time for us to share with you about investment development in Indonesia in 2020 and 2021, and especially in infrastructure sector. And I also will share with you about the facilitation that we have been doing, to accelerate the investment in Indonesia. And also I will talk about online single submission. This is the new era of a license procedure in Indonesia. I already prepared some slides. Okay, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, in year 2020 was a tough situation for Indonesia and also for the global economy. Since the pandemic of COVID-19 hit the global economy and make the global FDI decline around 30% up to 40%, FDI in Indonesia also down around 2.4%, but fortunately, domestic direct investment increased 7%. So in total investment realization in 2020 was 826.3 trillion rupiah, or reached 101.1% from investment target 817.2 trillion rupiah. FDI reached 49.9% of total investment, meanwhile the domestic direct investment reached 50.1%. Based on location, investment went more to outside Java Island, around 50.5%, and 49.5% to Java Island. Previously, investment went more to Java area, but nowadays the investment went more to outside Java, since infrastructure outside Java area have been developed massively by Jokowi administration, especially in his first term. From January to September 2021, Indonesia investment realization reached 73.3% from 2021 target, which is equal to 659.4 trillion rupiah. Investment realization increased by 7.8% year on year, and then foreign direct investment grew 10% and domestic direct investment grew 5.7%. Foreign direct investment contributes 50.3% of total investment, while domestic direct investment contributes 49.7%. Investment went to outside Java Island was 51.7%, and investment to Java Island was 48.3%. And next, for the investment infrastructure based country of origin, maybe you can share the next. Excuse me. Next, for the country origin, please. Okay, this is investment realization based on country of origin. Singapore is the top country to invest in Indonesia with $7.3 billion, followed by Hong Kong and China with each $3.1 billion and $2.3 billion. Japan and Netherlands completed to top 5 country of investment with total investment $1.8 billion and $1.5 billion. And then investment realization target for the next slide, please. Okay, this is the investment realization target for 2021 and 2022. For this year's Indonesia investment realization target is increased by more than 40 trillion rupiah to be 900 trillion rupiah. For the next year, 2022, investment target is increased by about 200 trillion rupiah. This increase is based on calculation to achieve growth as high 5.4% up to 6% in 2020. So investment realization should be increased by 22% up to 33%. And then next. Okay, from 2017 to 2021, the third quarter investment in infrastructure contributes 33% of total investment, or 1,217 trillion rupiah. Domestic direct investment portion in infrastructure is about 56%, while FDI portion is 44%. Based on location, infrastructure investment is not only existed in Java Island. This is proved by the list of top 10 location for the infrastructure investment. Can you share the next slide, please? Okay, so we can see that 5 locations are located in Java and 5 locations are located in outside Java. Jakarta still got the most infrastructure investment with 268 trillion rupiah, followed by West Java, Central Java, East Java, and Banten. North Sumatra, South Sumatra, Riau, Lampung, and East Kalimantan completed to the top 10 location for infrastructure investment. Based on country of origin for the infrastructure, for the next slide, please. Okay. Singapore is the top country with 8.5 billion US dollar worth of infrastructure investment. China is the second with 8 billion US dollar. Japan is number 3 with 7 billion US dollar. Netherlands and Malaysia completed to the top 5 countries in infrastructure investment with 5 billion US dollar and 2.8 billion US dollar. Energy infrastructure is the top sector. For the next slide, please. Okay. With 465 trillion rupiah, followed by construction of civil building, including toll road construction with 200 trillion rupiah, telecommunication infrastructure with 190 trillion rupiah, warehousing and transportation support activities, including toll road activities with 189 trillion rupiah, land and transportation and distribution through pipeline infrastructure completed the top 5 infrastructure sector with 81 trillion rupiah worth of investment. Next, I would like to share with you about investment acceleration. So this is the facilitation that we have been doing to facilitate investor to accelerate the investment. Please, next. Okay, to accelerate investment realization, Ministry of Investment has been facilitating investor with end-to-end facilitation. The facilitation will be given from providing information of investment opportunity, licensing process until the production stages. The government is not only focused to bring the quantity of investment, but also quality of investment. There are 5 priority sectors. For next, please. Yes, there are 5 priority sectors that will be encouraged, such as pharmaceutical and medical devices industry, automotive industry, mining industry, and infrastructure. Still be a priority sectors because we realize and we understand to develop manufacturing sectors and also mining industry, we need infrastructure to connect one area to another area, also for the logistic solution. So, and then next, please. This is the fiscal incentive that we can provide, we can offer to investor. We have the lower corporate income tax rate that will be reduced from the year 2020 from 25%, and then this year will be reduced to 22%, and then next year will be reduced to 20%. For the tax holiday and mini tax holiday, we also can offer for toll road project in Indonesia. From the 18 business field that can be eligible to submit or to apply, the tax holiday is one business field. Infrastructure also one of the business field can apply or can submit the tax holiday and mini tax holiday. We also can provide tax allowance, import duty exemption for some investor who needs to import capital goods to Indonesia, and also incentive for facility in special economic zone. Next, please. This is investment opportunity map that we have prepared to investor. There are 20 projects in year 2021 with the value 7.08 billion US dollar, with the total project 6 projects for tourism, and then 17 projects for industrial park, integrated industry, and infrastructure. Also include 2 projects for infrastructure, Sorong Port number 16, and also Bitung Port number 17. Next, please. We also provide special team, or task force to accelerate investment in Indonesia. This is a special task force based on Presidential Decree number 11, 2021. And then the chairman of this task force is Minister of Investment or chairman of BKPM, and then vice chairman, deputy attorney general, and then vice chairman to deputy chief of police of the Republic of Indonesia. Next, please. Online single submission. To boost economy in Indonesia, government has done a breakthrough by issuing a job creation law. Next, please. Okay, the objective of job creation law is to create jobs by improving ease of doing business and investment climate in Indonesia. Job creation law is implemented through 48 government regulation and 5 presidential decrees. The business licensing, next please. Process will be used a new approach that call risk-based approach and online single submission. System that will be give certainty, ease, efficiency, and transparency in business licensing process. The new licensing process will separate licensing based on the risk. For low risk business, only needs registered, and for the low middle risk, needs to register and self-declare certificate, and for high middle risk, registration or NIB, and also verified standard certificate are needed. License is only needed for high-risk businesses. This separation will make business licensing process easier, faster, and more transparent. That's all information that I can share for you in this event. I hope you will have a fruitful discussion in this event, and thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Heldi Satria Putra, for very insightful speech talking about the online single submission and then toll road infrastructure investment and accelerate investment in Indonesia. And please stay with us because we will have a group photo with all the panelists on the session 1. And now I invite to all panelists in session 1. We will have a group of photo with Mr. Heldi Satria Putra, and I also invite Mr. Dani Hasan as a President Director of PT Marga Utama Nusantara to join with us, and also here with me Mr. Andre Permana as our moderator to have a group of photo. Mungkin boleh dilepas Bapak maskernya? Ya, okay. We will have a group of photo. Maybe you can give a smile. 1, 2, 3. Once more. 1, 2, 3. And the third pose. With the thumb pose. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Thank you very much, distinguished guests and speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, now we will move into the first panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that Indonesia's government has pursued the strategies to accelerate toll road development. And as a result, we can travel from one place to other place using vehicle easily and more efficient. And to know further about the toll road industry, we will have a panel discussion with our prominent speakers. And now we will begin the panel discussion session 1. And in the session, we will have speakers from regulator and financial institution. And now we have here Mr. Danang Parikesit, Head of Indonesia's Toll Road Authority, ITRA, Ministry of Public Works and Housing, Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Takumi Yamamoto-san, Director of Planning Division, Road Bureau, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism, MLIT Japan. Mr. Alvin Carolo, Executive Director of Philippines Toll Regulatory Board. And then Mr. Heri Trisaputra Zuna as the Director General of Infrastructure, Financing Ministry of Public Works and Housing. Mrs. Yayi Mustika Pudianti as a Vice President of PT Bank Central Asia Tbk, and Mr. Stefano Gessi as the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan Infrastructure Team. And here with us, our moderator who will lead our discussion. And before I present our moderator, first I will read his short bio. Mr. Andre Permana has a Bachelor of Engineering majoring in Civil Engineering, University of Indonesia in 1998, and Master of Engineering in Project Management in 2003 in University of Indonesia, and doctorate degree from Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. And his professional career at the Indonesia Infrastructure Guarantee Fund began in 2010 and has held various strategic position, including as a head of the Risk and Compliance Division, head of the Business Development Division, CEO Office, and most recently served as the Executive Vice President of the Project Appraisal before being appointed as the Executive Director of Business Indonesia Infrastructure Guarantee Fund. And now, please welcome Executive Director of Business Indonesia Infrastructure Guarantee Fund, Mr. Andre Permana as our moderator. The floor is yours.
Thank you for your kind introduction, Mbak Dewi, as a host. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, everyone. Really appreciate to be part of this really great event held by Nusantara Infrastructure and Marga Utama Nusantara, cooperated with Business Indonesia. And I think here we have very amazing panelists in this session 1 and not to mention session 2 later by our colleague Bu Tanti. And both of us from IGF is very glad to be invited in this distinguished event as part of Indonesia Infrastructure Guarantee Fund that's being part of the Ministry of Finance support to infrastructure development by providing government guarantees. And here, not to mention on the topics, it's very relevant topic. This is about the toll road infrastructure and how it's being developed and further developed, and also on its financing scheme that should be addressed by many institutions supporting this, including from public institution and private sectors. As lining up by Mbak Dewi just now, all the panelists, I will start with the first three of the panelists. First of all, this what I can call as a group of all toll road regulators. It comes from 3 different countries, Indonesia, Japan, and the Philippines. And we will see how the approach of each country and how it will be implemented and benchmarked between each other. It will be very interesting to be discussed. Let me say hello to Pak Danang Parikesit, Head of BPJT, Indonesia Toll Road Authority, as a first speaker. Let me read his short bio, which is actually a very long one. It's really hard to simplify his CV. So let me just highlight a certain thing about him. First of all, before he is holding the head of the ITRA, He's really well known as a leading infrastructure and transportation expert in Southeast Asia region, as he's also a university professor at University of Gajah Mada. And he is involved in many initiatives related to infrastructure development and financing, especially in transportation sectors. And I also very glad that he's also been part of IGF as one of our advisor as a co-founder of University Network for Indonesia Infrastructure Development. And without further ado, probably I should also mention about his academic background. He holds a bachelor degree from University of Gajah Mada, and then he has a master degree in transportation from Leeds University, and also he holds a doctoral degree from Technical Universitat Wien in transportation subjects. And I think without further explanation, and as very important for us to really hear how is the BPJT or ITRA approach in developing its policy, how about the target of developing new toll road projects and maintaining the existing portfolio of networks on the toll roads in Indonesia. Let me hand the floor to Pak Danang Parikesit. Please, Pak Danang. The time is yours. Suaranya nggak keluar ya?
Let me thank Mr. Ramdhani Basri, the CEO of Nusantara Infrastructure, and also Mr. Dhani Hasan, the CEO of Marga Utama Nusantara, for holding this important events. I should mention that together, myself and also Dr. Heri Trijunaputra, the Director General Infrastructure Finance, will share a presentation on the Government of Indonesia positions and policies. Dr. Heri I believe, will talk about the upper level policies of infrastructure finance through the Ministry of Public Works and Housing, while I'll be dealing with more on the day-to-day operation of concessioning and dealing with the toll operators, as well as signing concession agreements. I was given a title by the committee talking about the regulation, innovation, and development to support post-pandemic economic recovery, which is pretty much close to my heart here, our heart here at Indonesia Toll Road Authority, because it deals with the risk that is previously non-existent, and we have to deal with the situation that nobody is actually have experience on that. So I hope this is this session or my presentation will be a good exposures about how we deal with the pandemic. And I would like to also learn from other regulators, from government agencies, our colleague from the Philippines, how they deal with this situation, similar situation. So let me just begin by introducing you the Indonesia Toll Authority. We are a group of 5. We are basically a quasi-government. It's not a government, basically pure government organization. It's a quasi-government. It's serving the interests of the public as well as investors, consisting of 3 government officials and 2 members representing the public. And by the end of 2020, this is taken from our latest annual report. We have completed and having an operation of 2,346 kilometers operated by 40 business entities, toll road companies, serving or operating 60 toll roads. Now, let me just give you a brief developments of Indonesia toll roads in Indonesia. We started, as the minister in his speech mentioned, that we started the toll road operations and toll road concessioning in 1978. We call that an initiation process where there was only one company at the beginning. And in 1987, we have second concession holders operating the part of the Jakarta network toll segments. And we witnessed in the between our president Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono between 2005 2014, there are not too many toll roads being built, but rather it consolidate some of the regulations and government policies. For example, IIGF is established during this period. The Indonesian Sarana Multi-Infrastructure is also established during this period of the year, as well as the recent laws on land acquisition. So between 2005 and 2014 is basically the time when we are consolidating and establishing new agency, new rules and new regulations to allow more on investment coming. During the first Joko Widodo presidency, we call that an accelerations. By the end of 2014, we have barely 800 kilometers, and by 2019, we have accelerated the development of toll roads led by Dr. Heri Trizuna Putra as a head of ITRA to reach for 2,000 kilometers plus in end of 2019. And the ambitious plan is to have another 2,500 kilometers within the next 5 years. By the end of this year, we'll be having 2,500, close to 2,500, 2,500 kilometers of toll roads, with an ultimate networks of 18,000 kilometers. We have not decided when we will have that, but we have already planned to have the 18,000 kilometers toll roads in operation throughout Indonesia. And in order to do that, we have developed three-pronged strategies of transformations, creating added values to the existing asset. We are pursuing new innovations in technology, financing, and risk allocations. And we certainly would like to have our toll roads more modern in terms of user experience and in terms of the asset management. It's very much in accordance with our minister's mandates and directives for optimizations, maintenance, operation, rehabilitations by the end of 2024. Now, on the performance of our toll road, this is again taken from our annual report. It will be the 2021 report will be announced, published soon in the first quarter of 2022. So if you are interested more, please visit our website and download the report. We are having 1.3 billion transactions per day today, and with the amount of total transaction $1.5 billion US dollars, which is growing in the rate of 5 to 8% every year. At this moment, we have an average speed of inner city toll roads of 69, close to 70 kilometers per hour. And for the intercity toll roads, our speed is averaging on 82 kilometers per hour. One of our particular concern for us is the accident count and fatality rate. Despite the increasing length of our toll roads, increasing traffic, as well as increasing speed, we have managed to put the accidents count down from 2019 to 2020. So we plan to keep pushing this down. But our ambition is actually to reduce the fatality rate. That's why we are planning to introduce many technologies, and we would like to learn from other operators, other regulatory agencies, how to deal with that. So I would like to go through three actual issues. First, on the pandemic, what can we learn? And second, how to mitigate and adapt to the pandemic risks in the future. And I would like to highlight some of the innovations that we make during the last 2 years of Indonesian Toll Road Authority operations. This is an example, a very typical examples of what happened between January 2020 and November 2021. So it is we track the traffic in our toll road every day. That also include what happened during the pandemic. The effect of the pandemics is again felt by many of the operators by the declining volumes of traffic starting in March. It goes ups and down. But Indonesian government has made a very strong policies of not limiting the movements of goods vehicles, freight movements. The freight movements is allowed freely using our toll roads. And as you can see, the ups and downs of the traffic volumes very much relate with the government policies. So anytime the government is limiting the mobilities along the toll roads, the traffic volume drops very significantly. The lowest that we record is in May 2020, and also in March in 2021, where they have increased on the case events for COVID-19. On this, I put all the serious events and policies that is applied to mobility restrictions. So what we learned so far from that, I think we know now that we are more exposed to teleworking, very flexible working hours. We are moving into more contactless interactions between human and human. So we are pushing more for human to equipments. There should be an equitable risk allocations. Dr. Andre Permana is a risk expert, so maybe you can elaborate that and further during the discussions. But also very important for us to make sure that there's mitigation, adaptation options and policies put in place. We have to have the more creative financing to manage better cash flows, obviously because the traffic is going up and down, which was not expected before. And we are pushing very hard to use more mobile application for better driving experience. So we have now developed two sets of policies. One is on the mitigations, and second one is on adaptation. So I'll touch on that briefly. So at the mitigation side, the government has recognized that it's not the COVID that creates the declining volumes of traffic, but the government policies. So it is why at the Ministry of Public Works and Housing was the first ministry to issue regulations allowing the provisions of policies for toll road operators affected by COVID-19 by having two forms of measures. One's on the relaxations and second one's on the compensation. The relaxations of investment commitments, scheduled commitments, we allow them to delay the committed investments. Let's say the extension of tolls or the new lanes to be built by a certain years, we allow them to reschedule it so to have a better cash flows. And for the other one is the compensation. It's more complicated, but basically what happened is that if the government policy create a loss of revenues, the loss of revenue will be compensated by the governments. This is on the mitigation side. So to give you an examples of how this works, and this shows on the blue line is the traffic volumes in 2019. And the orange line is the traffic in 2020. So wherever any traffic decrease and revenue reductions, we will evaluate that and put that as consideration for a possible proposal from the government, from the toll operators to ask for compensations in terms of the extension of concession as well as the increase of the traffic to recover the revenue loss during the pandemic COVID and government policies.
Excuse me,
Now
Pak
on the
Danang.
innovation side. Yes.
Sorry, just a reminder that the time is closing. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So on the innovation side, there are several innovation that we should make it happen. I will not talk it in much detail. It consists of all financing. We open doors for any financing innovations. We also, this is very much of our excitements to move into more digital transformations. Not only we have already started the multi-lane free flow programs. It's going to be the first one using the global navigation satellite systems for allowing better transactions and also to manage the overloaded vehicles passing through our toll road system. So we are moving very much into digital transformation, and COVID is actually the momentums for us to go into that directions. We are creating now added values to the existing toll corridors. I think we learned also from Japan that you have the rest areas, and beneath that or around that areas, you will be able to increase the values of the roads by creating the destination hubs or logistic hubs, industrial hubs, or transportation hubs. So with that, we hope that we can create add values to the existing assets to allow more non-core revenues to be enjoyed by the toll road companies. So in closings, I would like to go through one by one of this remarks. I think Indonesia has gone through various stage and toll developments. Now, toll road project is currently the champion for PPP project at the country. The ITRA model has been successful in managing expectations of both public and private sector interests. Now we know that the COVID-19 is not the cause of the declining demands and thus revenue, but the government policies. And this is the reason why we have to recognize new risks now and in the future and toll projects and develop mitigation and adaptation strategies. We understand, we believe pretty much that innovation will be the key word for sustainability in the toll road infrastructure business. Learning is a part of the process. And we see the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, as a momentum for accelerated innovations in all aspects of finance, technology, value creation, and governance. And with that, I will conclude my presentation. Thank you so much for listening and watching. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, Pak Danang. It's a very great presentation, as always. Thank you, Pak. Moving to the next speaker is also going to share with us very interesting one after we see how our own policy in Indonesia, then we can move to learn from Japan. And the speakers is also a very amazing person here. We have Mr. Takumi Yamamoto. He's a Director of Planning in Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism. He has actually spent most of his career in the ministry as he started the career in 1991 in Ministry of Construction, and he has a very interesting education background also, as he also graduated from Kyoto University to get his engineering bachelor degree and master degree, and he has another master degree in transportation from Northwestern University in US in 1998. So let us start giving the floor to him to share with us on the topic of how toll road regulation and agreements in each country and future plans, especially from the Japanese perspective. Please, Takumi-san, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Hello, distinguished panels. My name is Takumi Yamamoto, Director for Strategic Planning, Road Bureau, Japan Emirate. Thank you very much for the opportunity today to talk about our Japan's expressway system and to share our experience and challenges. Slide, next slide. Next, please. Starting with the history of Japan's expressway system. Next. Until the end of World War II, in the development of transportation systems, Japanese government had given priority to railway rather than roads. Since almost no improvement had been made, roads in Japan just after World War II were in terrible conditions, shown in the right side. At that time, even major national highways were not paved yet. Watkins Commission from World Bank, which visited Japan in 1956 to do a research on Japan's road, made a recommendation saying, it's shown in the below side, the roads of Japan are incredibly bad. No other industrial nation has so completely neglected its highway system. Next, please. In order to respond rapidly growing motorization and to secure funds for roads improvement, national government established two financial systems. One is the dedicated funds for non-toll general roads improvement. Fuel and automobile-related taxes were earmarked for the improvement of general roads. It's on the left side. And on the right side, it's the other system. It's a toll road system for the expressways. JHPC, Japan Highway Public Corporation, was founded in 1956. And under the special law, JHPC was allowed to borrow funds to construct expressways and to repay the loan with toll revenue. Expressway toll rates are set in the way that the total toll revenue should be balanced with the total cost of construction and maintenance. And the expressway should be free of charge after the debt is totally paid off. Next slide, please. Thanks to the establishment of toll system, expressway network has expanded rapidly from the sections, connecting major big cities and contributed a lot for the growth of Japan's economy. Next slide, please. It's the relationship between the length of the expressway and the growth of GDP. Next, please. However, around the year 2000, as the expressway network extended to the level that major big cities were connected with each other, the criticism began to come up with this financing system. Critics say two things. One is the huge debt of JHPC. Can JHPC repay the debt in the planned period? That's the first criticism. The second criticism is the criticism for nationwide pool system, under which nationwide universal toll is set to cover the total cost of nationwide expressway construction and maintenance. There was a strong outcry from express users in big cities saying that why we have to continue to pay toll to cover the cost of unprofitable expressways in rural areas we don't use. And this pool system leads to the construction of unnecessarily unprofitable expressways in rural areas. After a couple of years of nationwide debate, in 2005, national government decided to quasi-privatize 4 expressway public corporations in order to achieve objectives. First is to secure the repayment of debt in 45 years. The second is to develop necessary expressways promptly with minimum burden on the public. The third is to offer various and flexible toll rates and provide a service by utilizing the know-how that the private companies may have. Next, go back to the previous one. Okay, 4 expressway corporations were divided into 6 expressway companies responsible for construction and operation of expressways, and public agency named GIDRA, responsible for holding expressway assets and repaying debt. Next slide, please. A little bit more about how they function. The first, the expressway company secure funds for construction and renewal project. After construction project is completed, they transfer expressway assets and debt. And GIDRA lease asset to companies and companies in return pay lease fee from toll revenue. And GIDRA repay debt by using lease fee from companies. Even though I mentioned privatization, this is quasi-privatization because expressway system is nation's public asset, and also from the perspective of national security, expressway assets are owned by public agency, GIDRA, and the government still own all of the stock shares of expressway companies. Next slide, please. Moving to the achievement of privatization. Next one, please. The first achievement is the decrease of debt. Debt of expressways has been on the decrease much faster than originally planned. Next one, next please. And the second is the introduction of ETC variable toll. Currently in Japan, more than 90% of expressway users pay their toll electronically with ETC. Next slide, please. With ETC, not only drivers don't have to stop at toll booths, but also ETC makes it easier to charge various toll rates according to the time of the day or route. After privatization, NEXCO's introduced 30% discount rates for weekend users to promote tourism in rural areas, and provide 30% discount rate for truck drivers using expressway during night off-peak hours.
Okay, Mr. Takumi.
On the right side hand.
Excuse me.
Sorry?
You have around 1 minute and 30 seconds more.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. And okay, I'm going to skip this one. Next, please. The third achievement on privatization is the improvement of rest areas. Under the law, express companies are not allowed to make profit from expressway operation, but as an incentive of privatization, they are allowed to make profit from the sales of rest areas. In order to attract more expressway users, they have been renovating their rest areas since privatization, and a wide range of services are available at rest areas. Next, please. And privatization also accelerated companies' overseas business activities. Japan's expressway companies have strong expertise in cracking down on overloaded trucks and responding to emergencies, such as vehicle fires on expressways. They also have developed various technologies through long years expressway operations, such as non-destructive detection of structures. Next, please. In Indonesia, Nexco West participated in expressway project incorporating with Indonesian toll road operator Moon and dispatched their employees to Moon's parent company to contribute to the improvement of constructions and pavement repairs. Next, please. Lastly, I'd like to touch on some of the challenges we are tackling with. Next, please. Japan, like Indonesia, is a mountainous country with many bridges and tunnels on roadways. These bridges and tunnels are aging and deteriorating. We need to secure funds to renovate or rebuild them. Next, please. And secondly, expressway infrastructure needs to adapt to the innovation of automobile. In the near future, expressway will need to install devices for autonomous driving. Charging stations for electric cars or hydrogen cars will be necessary too. But we don't have enough funds to pay for these investments. Government panel recently made a recommendation shown in the bottom of the slide. They made a recommendation that toll collection period should be extended to cover these costs for infrastructure renovation and evolution, even though the current toll collection period is scheduled to end in 2065. With that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Takumi. It's another very interesting presentation. Probably we just, I'm just taking note that the Japanese has certain initiative started with the transformation of the business model, implementation of the toll collection by electronic and digitalization, which is actually similar to what Pak Danang mentioned earlier. Then we can discuss further after the third speaker. So let me introduce the third speaker from Philippines. Thank you, Mr. Takumi. Now we move to Mr. Alvin E. Carulo. He's the Executive Director of the Toll Regulatory Board of the Republic of the Philippines. He assumed his office around March 2021, and he has a very long practice as a lawyer, around 18 years. He has gained many practices and experience in many areas, including construction and infrastructure law, which actually leads him to his new role in a toll road authority. He has an education background, as a Bachelor of Law from San Beda College of Law in 2002, and then he has passed the Philippine Bar Examination in 2003. Without further ado, I will pass the floor to Mr. Alvin. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sir Andre, for generous introduction. Leaders of the Parliament and Government of Indonesia, distinguished guests, fellow leaders from different countries, members and officers of Margautama Nusantara and Business Indonesia, and to my colleagues in the toll industry who are linked today from all corners of the globe, I am honored to be invited as guest speaker at today's webinar. Next slide, please. The Philippine government, under the current leadership of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, duly recognizes the importance of the public-private partnership, or PPP, especially in the delivery of infrastructure projects that would provide and implement an improved transportation infrastructure system for the Filipino people. It bears noting that the private sector has an indispensable role in nation building, with no less than the 1987 Philippine Constitution recognizing the same. The Toll Regulatory Board is one of the national government agencies which is tasked to implement infrastructure projects by partnering with the private sector, particularly in the construction and operation and maintenance of the toll expressways. Through the partnership and joint efforts of the government, and the private sector, the current administration's Build, Build, Build program is very much a success. Next slide, please. The Toll Regulatory Board was created under Presidential Decree number 112 on March 31, 1977, with the mandate to supervise, monitor, and regulate the construction and operation and maintenance of toll facilities, as well as the rates that may be charged therefrom. The Toll Regulatory Board is a multi-agency composed of 5 members. Next slide, please. Specifically, the Secretary of Department of Transportation or DOTR as the chair, and the Secretaries of Department of Public Works and Highways, National Economic Development Authority, and the Department of Finance, as well as a representative from the private sectors as members. Its administrative and technical staff is headed by the Executive Director, who assists the board in the implementation and enforcement of its policies, programs, guidelines, and regulations. The TRB aims to be a reputable toll road regulator, balancing the interests of stakeholders and ensuring convenient travel in a safe and world-class toll facility. The TRB's mission are to efficiently and effectively regulate and administer toll road facilities through responsive policies, regulations, and standards, and to ensure a just and reasonable toll rates through transparent consultative process and equitable judgment. Next slide, please. At present, the TRB continues to regulate and monitor the operations and maintenance of 11 operational toll expressways in the Philippines, specifically in the Northern Luzon, the Tarlac, Pangasinan, La Union Expressway consisting of 89 kilometers, Subic-Clark-Tarlac Expressway or SETEX 93 kilometers, the North Luzon Expressway 101 kilometers. In the expressways within Metro Manila, next slide please. The Metro Manila Skyway Stage 3 consisting of 18 kilometers, the NAIA Expressway consisting of 5 kilometers, and the Manila-Cavite Toll Expressway consisting of 15 kilometers. Next slide, please. In Southern Luzon, we have South Metro Manila Skyway Stage 1 and 2 consisting of 29 kilometers, the Muntinlupa-Cavite Expressway consisting of 4 kilometers, the Cavite-Laguna Expressway consisting of 14 kilometers, the South Luzon Expressway or consisting of 36 kilometers, and the Star Tollway somewhere in Batangas consisting of 41 kilometers. Next slide, please. We have also ongoing construction and ROW acquisition projects. There are 3, specifically the Southeast Metro Manila Expressway or C6 project consisting of 32 kilometers, the Cavite-Laguna Expressway, the Cavite segment consisting of 30 kilometers, and the South Luzon Express Toll Road 4 or TR4 consisting of 66 kilometers. Next slide, please. We have also some projects which are declared as toll road. Namely, we have 3. The Pasig River Expressway or PAREX consisting of 19 kilometers. The Aya-10, which is composed of components 1, 2, and 3, consisting of 136 kilometers, 46 kilometers, and 28 kilometers respectively. And lastly, the South Luzon Expressway Toll Road 5 or TR5 consisting of 420 kilometers. Next slide, please. Apart from the toll concessionaire operators are duly bound in operating and maintaining the toll roads by virtue of agreements as executed with and or granted by the TRB and approved by the President of the Republic of the Philippines pursuant to Presidential Decree number 112. Apart from the agreements, there are policies, rules, and regulations promulgated by TRB in order to carry out its regulatory functions for the toll road industry. To name a few, the 2013 TRB revised rules of procedure, which governs the rules on initial, periodic, and add-on toll rate setting. Next is the guidelines for the establishment, operation, and maintenance of the tollway service facilities. Next, the guidelines for the grant of permit for the construction of interchanges along toll facilities. Next is the implementing rules and regulations, or IRR, authorizing the establishment of toll facilities, and the recently promulgated minimum performance standards for the toll collection systems of toll expressways, and the guidelines on the implementation of the three-strike policy for RFID subscribers without load or insufficient load, and motorists without RFID tags entering RFID only designated toll lanes, among others. Next slide, please. Furthermore, there are related laws issued to safeguard both the interests of the private sector and the motoring public, namely the Republic Act number 2000, or the Limited Access Facility Act. Second is the Republic Act number 4136, or the Land Transportation and Traffic Code, and also Republic Act number 8794. We call this the Anti-Overloading Act. Next slide, please. In addition to these policies promulgated by TRB, there are also other policies specifically to provide a better public service to the motoring public. These are the Toll Collection System Interoperability Project. On September 15, 2017, a Memorandum of Agreement, or MOA, for toll collection interoperability was entered between and among the San Miguel Holdings Corporation, or the SMHC Group, the Metro Pacific Tollways Corporation Group, or MPTC Group, the Ayala Group, the DOTR, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Public Works and Highways, the Land Transportation Office, or LTO, and the agency, the TRB. The MOA aims to implement the interoperability of electronic toll collection, or ETC, and cash payment systems of existing toll expressway for fast, efficient, and seamless travel of toll-paying motorists. The interoperability project is composed of the following phases. Phase 1 is the auto-SIP RFID tag.
Excuse me, you are entering to the last 30 seconds, sorry, of your time.
Aside from the interoperability project, we have also the cashless or contactless transactions for all vehicles traversing the expressways. Next slide, please. For future policy implementation, we are moving forward to achieving a barrierless toll lanes utilizing the automatic number plate recognition, or ANPR, to further improve the flow of traffic along the expressway. Likewise, the TRB aims to promulgate MPSS, or Minimum Performance Standards and Specifications, for other aspects of toll operation and maintenance. At present, we are also looking to craft the framework or guidelines for PP projects of local governments insofar as toll expressway projects are concerned. Lastly, we have a pending bill in Congress. The first one, the Senate Bill number 2122, adopting a 30-year national infrastructure plan for the Philippines. This shall serve as the master plan or the blueprint for the Philippines for the next 30 years with respect to infrastructure projects. And secondly, and more importantly, we have a pending bill on declassifying toll roads as public utilities to public service, thereby lifting the Filipino foreign equity restrictions so that foreigners can infuse capital for construction, operation, and maintenance of toll expressway.
Okay. Okay.
As a regulatory body, we will initiate international benchmarking activity for us to be at par with international best practices.
Yeah.
On behalf of the board and the Republic of the Philippines, we would like to thank Bargao Taman Nusantara and Business Indonesia for the opportunity to take part on this webinar. Terima kasih. Mabuhay.
Okay, thank you, Mabuhay, to Mr. Alvin. Really interesting presentation. I realized that you have a very long toll road in Luzon, yeah, around 420 kilometers, and it's very impressive. And also you have implementing RFID. This is something that we can explore. I've been told that we have only around 5 minutes quick discussion to deepening your presentation from every speakers. Let me start with yourself, Pak Alvin. You mentioned that you have implementing RFID for the electronic toll collection. Can you share with us in short, let's say, what are the main challenges and what are the strategy to mitigate these challenges? Please, Pak Alvin.
Actually, the challenges is as to the readability of RFID tags. There are two group of concessionaires in Philippine toll industry. The one is the San Miguel Holdings Corporation Group and the MPTC, the Metro Pacific Tollways Corporation. And we are now exploring the possibility of increasing the readability rate of the RFID tags, so that the electronic toll collection system would run smoothly.
I see.
We intend to implement the full cashless transaction in all Philippine tollways around second quarter of 2022.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Alvin. Let me move to Mr. Takumi. I think as part of the reform, you've also mentioned about how to move to digitalization or on the toll collection, yeah. Same as Philippines, and I think Pak Danang also mentioned it's for also in Indonesia. Can you explore more on, let's say, what other initiative, especially in the how you transform the business model, especially, let's say, when you reform the institutional framework from the non-existence of JEDRA, for instance, and how you privatize the GHPC, and how this, let's say, build list transfer scheme, I assume, yeah, the BLT scheme is implemented smoothly for, let's say, you have a target for developing new toll roads. How suitable is this?
Could you repeat your question once more? Your question is on how the transformation of
how the transformation on the business model. Let's say you are using the build list transfer model, I assume. How this is suitable for developing new projects? Or this is only to manage the existing portfolio? You have that in page 9, if I'm not wrong.
Page 9.
Page 9.
Yes.
Yeah, when you mentioned that the expressway received the revenue, and then they have to pay the lease fee to the JEDRA.
Okay.
How this is suitable for, let's say, the developing new project?
Okay. Yeah. As as for the construction of the new new section of expressway, the expressway companies, because the debt is paid by JEDRA.
Okay.
So the expressway company don't have to worry about the debt repayment.
I see.
Because the expressway secure finance from the market, and after the construction is over,
I see.
the expressway company transfer asset and debt to the JEDRA. So
I see.
the expressway company don't have to worry about the profitability of the new project.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Takumi. So I assume that the model is more towards the existing asset, and how it's needed to alleviate the debt repayment from JEDRA. So if I move to Pak Danang, if we listen to and learn from the two speakers, what are the things that we can adopt in terms of now you mentioned that we have seen the risk that has been unexpected before the pandemic, and how's your transformation program should be prioritized? Which one is first, and what can we learn from the two countries? I think you're still muted, Pak Danang. Sorry.
Yeah, the two countries, Japan and Philippines, have taught us the challenges. I think the way that they overcome those challenges has been very valuable for us.
Yes, of course.
To develop our toll road programs in the future. At the moment, we are currently with the parliaments trying to establish an amendments of the existing road law, and I think it's very important to mitigate the future risk. The pandemic risk has been a wake-up call for us for allowing more flexible risk allocations and more government role of stepping in when those kind of pandemics occurred. And I hope that they can learn from Japan and the Philippines in dealing with that. For the Philippines, I think the introductions of the full RFID technology has been very useful for us. We are entering into GNSS technology, which is pretty much different with RFID. We look forward to have a cooperation with the gentlemen here on how we deal with that in the future.
Wow, thank you. Wonderful, gentlemen. And I think that's what we expected, that we can learn more and benchmark each other for the better approach for each country. Thank you again, Pak Danang, Pak Takumi, and Pak Alvin. If we may move to the next round of second three speakers. Thank you. From the other group, we have a very interesting one also. It consists of regulators, lender, and investors, and they will talk about the infrastructure financing side. Let me first introduce our Director General of Infrastructure Financing, Ministry of Public Works, Mr. Heri Trisaputra Zuna. Good day, Pak Heri. He's presenting something that we can learn further on how the government strategy on infrastructure financing overall, and also in specific for the toll road. Let me just read briefly on his background. He has started his career in this Ministry of Public Works and Housing, and he is actually the former head of ITRA, the BPJT, as mentioned by Prof. Danang earlier. And he is now served as Director General of Infrastructure Financing in the Ministry of Public Works from 2021. And he has the interesting education background. He has 2 bachelor degree, one in civil engineering and second in business administration and management from 2 different universities. So he's very powerful student then, from ITB and University of Pajajaran, both in Bandung. He has a master degree from ITB, and also he has a doctoral degree in civil engineering gained in 2012 from University of Indonesia. Now, I think I can pass the floor to you, Pak Heri, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Andri.
You're welcome, Pak.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you also for Moon to invite me to share in this very important occasion. Yeah. Today, I will deliver the strategy of infrastructure financing development in Indonesia regarding my job now related with the financing infrastructure as well as housing. Yeah. Can somebody help me to share the screen or to provide the presentation? Yeah, thank you. Next slide, please. This is the background, the vision of the infrastructure challenge in the Ministry of Public Work and Housing. Since 2019, yeah, Ministry of Public Work create another one DG related with the financing of the infrastructure as well as housing finance. Yeah. So before, financing only related with the toll road, and so far toll road already developed. Even, yeah, most of the financing come from the domestic, and almost all of the greenfield initiated by the SOE. Yeah. The next target, of course, from now, we need to concentrate also with other infrastructure, including non-toll road. Yeah, this is also another challenge. We have now 3 projects financed using availability payment, and soon we will prepare another project in Papua, and hopefully there are many opportunities to create. Yeah. And we hope we are also dealing with the water resources, drinking water, housing, and other infrastructure. And all of the infrastructure need creating a very big gap, yeah, because government can only contribute 30% of this amount, the funding gap. So 70% of the total amount, almost 1,500 trillion rupiah, should be financed using private sector as well as the SOE. Yeah. But of course, our priority will be given to the private sector. That's why this webinar, yeah, this communication with the private sector is very required and necessary. We need to hear from the private sector what regulation we need to change in order to invite to make the private sector can contribute in this funding gap. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the challenge in the road sector infrastructure. The first one is about the funding gap, as I mentioned. Yeah, the difference is very big. Yeah, and the second one is about disparity in road hierarchies. Yeah. Currently, we concentrate with the toll road, but the problem also here, if we see here in the sub-national road, yeah, the number is almost 500 kilometer, but the condition is in the 60%, which is in the stable condition. So this is also the challenge for the private sector to how we improve the condition to make the same level of stable condition along the road, I mean. The next one is about how we can improve the service level of the road. Yeah. Currently, we are far behind other country. Yeah, the speed of 100 kilometer can be achieved in 2-point-something kilometer, while other country can achieve with 1 to 1.5 kilometer. In order to achieve this target, to get the same level with others, yeah, we need to build, yeah, the backbone as a freeway or toll road, yeah, And until 2019, we already complete for Java, the backbone on Java. 2024, we hope we can complete for the Sumatra, and the next 5 years to Kalimantan, Sulawesi, and others. So the big challenge, yeah, is in front of us. And of course, the problem is if we divide, yeah, the project, we have three group of project, yeah. One is if we see the viability, they have a good viability, such as toll road in Java, which is we believe we can deliver it by the private sector. But on the other hand, we have non-viable toll road. So this is the challenge, I believe. Yeah, if we can build the non-viable toll road, then I think we can solve the problem. Yeah, of course. Yeah. So far, we just concentrate with the viable one. Yeah. For the non-viable toll road, we have another scheme by assign the one of the SOE to concentrate in Sumatra. We also make such kind of cross subsidy toll road like in Japan, yeah, for such a toll road in Sumatra. So the challenge about this group is also need to be addressed by us. Yeah. And next slide. Yeah, to answer the funding gap, we need also to be creative enough. Yeah, one is how we enhance the PPP project delivery. Yeah, with, as I mentioned, yeah, not only the private sector, SOE, AP. Yeah, we can combine both, and also we can combine based on the life cycle. Yeah, maybe considering the condition of the readiness of the land, for example, if the SOE is the best institution that can come, then we can start with the SOE and later, after it is complete, deliver to the private sector. So that kind of estafette financing, we believe, can answer the development of the toll road. And hybrid annuity model, we are now proposing the other scheme. Yeah, currently we have availability payment and usage charge. Yeah, but IP will come up with higher interest and cost. Even it will give confidence to the private sector. And land value capture is another challenge for us in the future to allow the beneficiary financing in the toll road. Yeah, and another issue is creating a land acquisition funding scheme. Yeah, to make possible the development of the toll road in a sustainable way. Next. Yeah, this is about the PPP. I think we can continue to the next slide. We still have 3 minutes left. This is the key aspect in our concession agreement, yeah, such as biannual tariff adjustment based on inflation, land acquisition by government, national strategic project by Elman, yeah, and other thing, and also include the guarantee by IIGF through Pak Andre. Positive investment list for toll road, for example, private sector, foreign company can have 100% of the share. Yeah. Next. Yeah. In the development of the toll road itself, we need to consider the ecosystem. Yeah. We need to consider each of the problem in each step. For example, how we solve the problem with the land acquisition, the certainty, the certainty of the fund, for example. And the next one, how we can sure that the design and construction can create qualified toll road, and then in the operation and maintenance, as well as in the investment return. Yeah. Next. The 3 cycle here, how we do the asset recycle. That's why, as mentioned in the previous slide, in the operation and maintenance, yeah, we need to get a qualified toll road. Otherwise, it will be difficult to do asset recycling in the next stage. In this step we have 3 steps. First one is existing asset. We can divest the existing asset and then proceed from monetizing the existing asset. We can reinvest in the new infrastructure. New infrastructure can be recycled again. Then this cycle can be go around and around. So this concept can be deliver using also the, as I mentioned, the established financing. How can the pension fund can get the project if we don't even build the toll road? So that's why I believe we need to create another stage in the development to build the toll road, and then later on, after it is complete, it will be recycled by the SWF and other pension fund. Next. The next challenge is also how to make the toll road more viable, especially to answer the
Excuse me,
earlier
Pak Heri.
time.
Your time is closing.
The time.
Sorry.
Close. So just I try to explain in a very shortest way. Also, the message of the slide is we are now with Pak Andre also now discussing how to create to answer the problem of the shortfall. How we create a minimum revenue guarantee in order and we can do the clawback at the end when the traffic become higher. Next. We do also exercise now, with World Bank and others, how we use potential use of beneficiary-based financing, land value capture, how we do value creation and then value capture, and then this value capture can use for value funding. Next. Thank you. But what I want to say here that we are not stop to do such kind of exercising to make the industry become better and better. So input and to make the industry become better is always welcome. Thank you very much, Pak Andri.
No worries. Thank you, Pak Heri. It's always wonderful to hear your presentation. Although the time is very limited, but I hope that we can still get the main points and ideas on how you have a very comprehensive design or strategy to address the financing issues for our infrastructure, especially in the toll road sector. Let us move to the next presenter. It's from the lender's perspective, comes from the Bank Sentral Asia, the biggest private bank in Indonesia. We have Mrs. Yai Mustika Pudianti. He's the VP of Corporate Banking from BCA. He has let me just spell out her background. He started her career in MDP program in BCA from 2006, graduated from the University of Indonesia in a industrial engineering subject, and she obtained the MBA from University of Gajah Mada in 2009. So I think it will be interesting to hear her presentation. So let me start by giving the floor to you, Bu Yai, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Andre, for the time. My name is Yai. Today I would like to share how BCA involves and support the development of the toll road sector here in Indonesia. Maybe we can start to share the screen. Okay. The BCA's perspective here for developing the toll road sector, we build step by step, actually by knowing the stakeholders of the business and then understanding the business model of the toll road sector. And then after we recognize the risk and creating the mitigation, we structuring the financial scheme. Next slide, please. First, I would like to introduce some briefly about the BCA itself. BCA commenced its operation on the February 1957. It means have been 64 years right now. As the largest private bank here in Indonesia, we have the extensive network, also the electronic delivery channels with the 26 million accounts. Our latest financial, which is the third quarter 2021, we have the asset 1,169 trillion, with the loan consists of 605 trillion, and we have the equity almost 200 trillions. In the pandemics, right now, the electronic channeling becomes exponentially growth, which is the mobile and the electronic mobile banking and internet banking, not only from their volume, but also from the value itself. And next, please. And how about our portfolio here for the loan? We have the corporate segment as the biggest composition here, which is contributes 44%. And one of the sectors is the infrastructures. We can see here that on 2018 and 2019, there is the high growth for the infrastructures. This is in line with the government policy, which is mentioned before. At this phase, the government accelerating the toll road sectors, so the exposure become very high here, because our debtor also in this phase there is a commercially operation. Most of the toll road here in Indonesia, they utilize the loan fully draw down in this stage. On the infrastructure itself, we categorize some sectors, some subsectors here, such as the toll road, electricity, railways, tower, ports, water treatment, and indirect the infrastructure subsectors. Toll road and electricity contributes more than 50% of our infrastructure portfolio. Until now, we have 18 investment of 18 toll roads here. The 10 portion is coming from the SOE related group, which means the Jasa Marga group, and the others, the 8 toll roads, coming from the private sectors. Next. We have to be understand first for the who are the parties in these projects, in these sectors. As mentioned before, we know that the government or ITRA regulating for the toll road, the business toll road. They give the concession agreement to the toll road business entity, or we call it as BUJT. This BUJT is a special purpose company. Usually there is a consortium inside this company. And maybe the latest 5 or 6 years, the land acquisition before since the regulation on 2012, the new element here give the financing land acquisition, especially for the national strategic projects. And here our debtor right now have some guarantees received from the IAGF, covering the government failure of tariff adjustment and some other like the government risk. And the others stakeholder is the contractor. Usually right now many toll road have the turnkey contract with the contractor, and some still use the non-turnkey contract. And also the stakeholders is the users itself. Next. For the bank itself, we have to know exactly how the business model and the regulation involved in these toll road sectors. We identify three main points that they need to understand exactly. First is about the land acquisition. Land acquisition is very important because it will impact the delay and the cost overrun of the project itself. And by the regulation on 2016, the land acquisition cost is excluded in the investment cost. It will be funded by the LMAN with the bridging funding from the BUJT. And the second is the concession agreement. The concession agreement is like a blood here in these sectors. The bank have to know exactly what the rights and the obligation agreed in these documents. Also the commercial terms agreed between those parties. And also it is stated that the toll road assets cannot be pledged as collateral. So what banks have right now is the assignment of the concession agreement. Thus, it makes that banks have to know exactly what the event that can trigger the termination of the concession agreement itself and how is it the impact to the loan itself. And it is important to know the mechanism of the step-in rights for the lenders. And this is what we want to say appreciation to the government, because before the PPJT can be terminated during the process of the step-in rights, but bank has asked to the government, and we have a discussion deeply with Bapak Heri TZ team, and finally government can accommodate such clause that during the step-in right process, the PPJT is not terminated and banks still have all the benefit of the toll road revenue. Also, banks doesn't need the consent from the government. It is stated before as the additional documents. We call it as the third-party agreement. But now we see those clauses already put it in the new format of the PPJT. This is, we think that this one is the good cooperation between government, lenders, and the BUJT to solve the problem so that PPJT can be more bankable. And the third is the tariff policy. This is the certainty for the investor and the bank that the tariff can be evaluated, adjusted every 2 years based on the inflation rate. Next. The business model comes with the critical points. So what we see as the critical points is the shareholders, since this is the long-term investment. So we would like to see the sponsor with the long-term investors. We have to know the structures of the composition for the consortium to recognize who are the parties that have the control on the BUJT itself. And since there is an equity portion, we have to analyze the capacity to fulfill the equity portion. And this is kind of a little bit project financing scheme. So we have to analyze deeply about the project itself, the impact of the land acquisition, whether the construction is 100% with the free land acquisition or partially. The connectivity is very important. Also, the completion of the project will get the delay or it will impact the cost of run.
Excuse me, Bu Yayi.
After,
You are
yes,
entering the last 1.5 minutes.
1.5
Yes.
minutes, yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
And then after the project will be operated, we have to monitor the monitor actual traffic and revenue versus the initial projection. Usually in this business is not like the other business that can also directly run with 50 or 70% capacity. They need time to ramp up the traffic. So in this phase, usually they need the deficiency support from their parents, their shareholders, to service the debt. Usually it can be all until 7 years deficiency. And another critical point is whether the delay of the tariff adjustment for the policy. So based on this critical point, next, right, and we in the market right now, there are two facility here. Investment facility is more on the construction facility. Meanwhile, the land acquisition bridging facility is to bridge to give the bridging loan to the BUJT to support their land acquisition. The investment facility is 15 years. Meanwhile, land acquisition is more shorter, 2 until 3 years. The security package for the investment facility is on the PPGT, and then pledge of shares and other proceed of the claim bank guarantee and other claim. But for the land acquisition bridging facility is more on the receivable from the element. So in this case, indirectly the risk to the government. And both facilities have to be supported by the shareholder support.
I see.
Yeah. And the next, that's the we can conclude. Next slide. Okay, we summarize that we see that the toll road is still a prospective business, supporting by the legal lending remit, but we still need the undertaking from the shareholders.
I see.
That's all. I hopefully it's useful for others.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much, Bu Yai. Very insightful presentation. And I think I just take one remarks, the concluding remarks from you, that you still have a big interest for this sector. Yeah, I think that's very good. And how the dialogue between the lenders and the regulators are still going to let's say create new innovations and let's say mitigation for certain issues, including the risk. Thank you, Bu Yai. Let me move to the third speaker from the second group. It's Mr. Stefano Ghezzi. He'll be presenting from the perspective of fund investor. He's coming from Ontario Teachers Pension Plan, or TPP. He's actually based in Singapore. He is leading as a principal for the infrastructure and natural resources team. And for his educational background, he holds a BSc in economics from University of Cattolica del Sacro Cuore in Milan, Italy, and also hold the master degree in finance from Warwick Business School in England. So I think we can pass the floor to him. Please, Stefano. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre, for the nice introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. As Andre said, I'm Stefano Ghezzi. I'm a principal at Ontario Teachers Pension Plan based out of Singapore, and I am in our infrastructure equity team covering the Asia-Pacific region, including Indonesia. Let me, and Andre, you sent me a number of questions in advance, and I will address those. Before starting, let me say why investors increasingly like Indonesia as an investment destination, and in particular, the infrastructure and the toll road space. First of all, taking a step back, I think in Indonesia, there is a very positive macroeconomic backdrop. The country is expected to become one of the top 5 largest economies in the world by 2050, with the GDP expected to reach more than $10 trillion by then. There are very stable and consistent inflation rates, and the government, as we heard before, made a number of important initiatives in terms of improving the investor trust in the country. And then last but not least, there is a very young and rapidly growing population and a strong urbanization trend. By 2050, it is expected that more than 70% of the population will live in urban areas, and there is a strong requirement for new infrastructure, including toll roads. In terms of toll road development, it has been really a national priority for this current presidency. In the past 5 to 6 years, more than 1,000 kilometers of new roads have been built and completed, which I think is the largest in the entire previous history of the country. And however, having said this, there is still an under-penetration in terms of toll roads and a structural imbalance between demand on one end, with car ownership and population expected to rise, and road capacity supply compared to other countries across the world. A number of reforms have been made, including foreign ownership of open toll roads increased to 100% of the share capital. There is now a strong legal framework that supports public-private partnership, and in particular, as we heard before, it has improved the process by which land can be acquired. There are long-term concession agreements in place, up to 40 to 45 years in some cases, as well as the electronic collection system has been largely implemented across the country. So overall, when I compare the PPP scheme in Indonesia versus other countries in the world, as well as in Asia, it compares pretty favorably, I would say. Going a little bit more into depth of what are the criteria for toll road projects that attract investments, I would say there are a couple very important. First of all, it's important to have a strong and robust legal framework which underpins the concession agreement, in particular for matters such as ownership, land acquisition, protection against force majeure, and an element of termination compensation, as well as the ability to update tariffs with the inflation in case those are embedded in the regulatory framework. In terms of length of the concession agreement, I think this is a key one. Private market investors, and in particular institutional investors such as pension plan and sovereign wealth funds, like long-term concession agreements, because on one end, the investor can make structural improvement in the roads, as well as improving health and safety practices, and they have some time in order to recover investments. And on the other end, it's important to have long-term cash flows, such as those investors can match their long-term liabilities. And in the case of Indonesia, it's good because the concession agreements usually are as long as 40 years plus, which is well received by investors. Another very important factors are the revenue mechanics. In some cases, in some of the regime across the world, there is a combination of a revenue guarantee or an availability-based payment made by the grantor or the roads authority, while on the other end, you have the model of taking full traffic risk. Usually, investor likes both. In the first case, it adds really to the robustness of the cash flows. However, on the other end, it's important to have a GDP linkage and exposure to traffic, particularly in a geography like Indonesia, which is expected to grow fast in the future. Another requirement which is important for private market investors are environmental and social aspects, as well as health and safety practices. We spend an incredible amount of time on health and safety and making sure that the conditions of the roads are constantly improved. And this is particularly true to preserve the safety of the car users in terms of reducing accidents and improving safety. So again, this is one of the requirements that private market investors look at whenever they make acquisitions in the space. And then last but not least, it's very important that the electronic collection system has been largely implemented in the roads across the country. On one end, it solves the issue of collecting tolls via cash or other form of payments, which is of course very well received by private market investors, and on the other end is also solved a potential capacity issue at the toll gates. So I'm very pleased to hear that this is ongoing in Indonesia as well, and it will definitely improve investor confidence in the future. The last question that Andres sent, it was, what are the key challenges of toll road projects globally to access financing from the market, both from the bond market and debt market, but also from the equity markets, from pension plan and private equity investors? This is a very important question, and it's on top of the agenda for every government, particularly when they address the issue of infrastructure funding gap and how they attract investors into the infrastructure and toll road space. I would name particularly a couple of key challenges. The first of all, as I mentioned before, it's very important to have in place a very robust regulatory framework and concession agreements, which builds on investor trust into the sector. So again, items such as the length of the concession agreement and ability to take a view on traffic and toll collection is very important. The second one is the nature of the traffic itself, whether the traffic is coming from an industrial area and more from GDP linked from an industrial point of view, or it's more like a urban type of traffic. And this is particularly true in a scenario that we are living nowadays with COVID. And then the third important issue for government across the world is how they make sure that the capital is recycled from the brownfield space back into the greenfield space. In many geographies in Asia and the world, we see mainly the construction companies which are active into the greenfield space, and they build the roads. Then when the roads are built, they are operational, and there is some history of traffic. It's very important that the construction company are able to sell these roads to the private market investors, take the capital back into the greenfield space in order to build brand new infrastructure. So this is a phenomenon going in many geographies across the world, and some countries have been more successful than others.
Stefano, sorry, your time is closing.
Okay. A final comment on the debt and bond market. It's very important that these assets are financeable, not only from an equity perspective, but also from the debt perspective. I think it's very good that in Indonesia, we are seeing a number of local banks which are very active in the space and are able to provide the financing at very good terms. I predict that as the sector will further evolve in the future and the transaction size will increase, we will see also the bond market maturing further, as we have been seeing in other countries across the world. So I think that in the next 5 to 10 years, that form of financing may be available in Indonesia as well.
Thank you, Stefano, for your comprehensive presentation and explanations. And I think it brings us a very good news, yeah, especially for Pak Danang and Pak Heri, because there's a large optimism surrounding us in this discussion today, and how we has planned earlier on the strategy on how the innovation and transformation that we plan in terms of financing, operating the toll roads, and also the development plan somehow has been responded quite well from the presenters that are coming in this panel. And I think it makes us can move to the Q&A session, and I think we can collect some of the questions from the audience, if I may. I have the first one from Mr. Mitsugiro Yao. Let me see how this question should be addressed to. I think probably to Pak Danang, and Pak Heri. If I can read the question. There's now 40 to 60 companies are in charge of Indonesian highways. I would like to know whether the Indonesian government would like to attract more foreign companies for highway management or not. If not, if so, it is very important to consider the contract style to mitigate COVID-19 like risks. Does the government has any good idea? Could you tell me a bit about who and how the toll rates are set for highways? As in Japan, can the private company set the variable tolls? So I think if I may address this first to Pak Danang. Please, Pak Danang.
Yeah, actually, I've already responded to at the chat room.
Oh, I see.
Basically, we are certainly up for business. I think with the big targets and our toll road developments, we need all the muscles, domestic and international. So we are certainly welcomes for the international companies and financial institutions to participate in the Indonesia toll road programs. There are several ways that international companies and financial institutions engage in our projects. Obviously, there are companies like Nusantara is also in the capital market, so you can enter into capital markets. There are already a case for international pension funds entering into direct acquisition shares of the existing toll concession holders. As well, certainly many of the companies now entering into bidding into our open bidding process during the toll road offering. Now, talking about COVID, this is new to us. We are certainly having an interim measures, as explained earlier, on the ministerial regulations allowing the relaxation and compensations of those affected by the COVID policies of the governments. And certainly in the next amendments of our traffic road act, we will incorporate that into our concession agreements. And we have a plan to establish the service units to serve as a caution for risk that is not well covered in the existing risk mitigation options.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Danang. Probably if I can address further to Pak Heri, especially on how, let's say, this question can address your strategy of financing, and also there's a question about how the toll rates can be set by private sector. Is it possible, Pak Heri? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Andri. Yeah. First is about the foreign investor to come. Yeah, of course we are welcome for that. Yeah, and about the regulation and everything. Yeah, as I see it is like a learning process. Yeah, if we come back to 2012, for example, Ibu Yai, how we improve the concession agreement in Cikopo Palimanan, and it's become the starting point for the toll road industry. And next step, if Ibu Yai mentioned that it is already in the concession agreement, and it is also, we come back in 2015, when we invite IIGF to come, and directly everything in the concession agreement. And for the future, we are welcome. Yeah, like I will be very happy to discuss with you, Stefano, to improve our concession agreement if it is necessary, in order to invite you more to invest. And I fully agree that what we have, what we don't have now is the developer. Every SWF pension fund need the project, but there are no construction project if there is no financing in that segment. Yeah. And about the tariff, of course, yeah. Principally, private sector can set up the tariff, but of course, later it should be compete in the tender. Through the unsolicited project, everything starts with the study by the private sector, and then in the tender, it will be challenged by others. Yeah, that is the concept of the business, I believe. Thank you, Vandri.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Heri. I hope it answered the question. Let me move to the next question. I think earlier I can see the question to Mr. Takumi. Can it be shown in the screen? It's missing.
Sorry, Mr. Takumi is not here due to his urgent task.
Okay.
So instead of him, I think my name is Mitsuhiro. I can answer the question as long as I can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mitsuhiro, yeah? Thank you. So I have a colleague actually from my team in IGF, Mr. Ahmad Zaki Arifin. He has two questions about the toll road in Japan. First, is there any government support to expressway projects in Japan beside of the debt repayment? Let's say probably you have another, let's say some kind of guarantees or other things. The second question would be how much or in percentage payment of lease fees that the expressway companies has to pay compared to the debt repayment that JEDRA has to pay.
So actually, I have cast my answer to the Q&A board.
You also have addressed that?
I will repeat it again.
Okay,
Focusing on the financial support to the expressway companies. As for metropolitan highway companies in charge of Tokyo and Osaka area, there still remains some subsidies from government, although the size of the subsidy is becoming very, decreased, reduced after the privatization. And except this subsidy, there is no financial subsidy to the expressway companies. Yes, that is the answer to the first question.
Okay.
And the second question is, the express companies has to pass all of the revenues, excluding O&M cost, to JEDRA, the repayment agency. Therefore, the repayment speed is more than expected. That is my answer.
Okay. Hope it answered.
So all of the revenues except O&M cost should be passed to the should be passed to the agency. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's quite clear. Thank you for the answer.
Very simple.
Yeah, thank you. I think we can learn further on the model and how it can be implemented in certain of our cases, yeah, Pak Heri, Pak Danang. Okay. Do we have another question to be discussed here? If not, probably I myself can pass some question to our speaker. Is there any question that we can address? I think we have already discussed for Pak Zaki. Oh, I think we have actually finish out our time. So I think it's the time for each speaker to share the closing statement, probably around 1 minute each. Let me start with Stefano, please.
Thank you, Andre. And once again, I reiterate my gratitude to be here with you today. It's very good to learn more about the Indonesian infrastructure and to road space and all the initiatives that are currently being implemented by the government and the toll road authority. And I am, very confident in the next near future, Indonesia will see more activity and investment from a number of parties into its infrastructure space.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stefano. Very optimist remarks. Next to Miss Yai.
Okay, thank you, Pak Andre. It's been pleasure here to share our experience in financing the toll road sectors, and we still waiting for another discussion, maybe with the investor, also with the government, to support all the requirement of the risk, to mitigate all the risks. Especially, we are very welcome to have the minimum traffic guarantee, Pak Hari, Pak Danang, to support the ramp up period of the project itself. Yeah. Thank you very much. Have a nice, good day.
Okay, thank you, Miss Yai. We'll surely discuss on that after this. And then let us move first to Mr. Alvin for the closing statement, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me as guest speaker in your webinar. And we are very fortunate to learn something from the webinar, as the Philippines is now gearing towards the implementation of a 30-year infrastructure program and the lifting of foreign restrictions. The shared knowledge we attain today will be very beneficial moving forward. Thank you again.
Thank
and
you.
Good day.
Thank you, Alvin, for your sharing. We surely can continue our discussion later. To Mr. Mitsuguri, representing Mr. Takumi, you can share your closing statement.
Thank you very much. As a participant, I'm very impressed by hearing the impact of the COVID-19 and the difficulty of land acquisition. We are, facing the same problem in Japan. And actually, I think it's better for us to develop the contract method to solve these kinds of issues. That is issues for the future. So we can continue to discuss and we can keep in touch with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sure we can keep in touch later to learn each other more. And next one, probably Pak Danang. Can you share your closing statement?
Yes, thank you, Pak Andre. It's been very fruitful discussion this morning, and I appreciate the insight from our colleagues from Japan and the Philippines on the regulatory side. We certainly learned a lot from that, and I believe we will continue to have conversation on the regulatory side. And I listened very carefully to our partners and financial institutions. I keep my two ears widely open to listen to your concerns and the way we can improve our frameworks for concession and invite international investors and partners. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Pak Danang. So it will be our homework, together, of course. Thank you.
Yes, certainly.
Certainly, thank you. Pak Heri, please, for your closing statement.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Andri. It's been a pleasure to discuss with you all. Yeah, I think the next step, I believe the next step will be, this is my task to come to Pak Stefano, to Bu Yai and others. Yeah, how we can scale up the toll road and infrastructure market and industry in Indonesia.
Yeah.
And of course, yeah, we will improve. We will continuously discuss with you all, yeah, how we can later on, yeah, the toll road industry like become like a full economic circle, yeah, circle economy. So I think this is the my comment from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Heri. And I think the closing statements from all speakers will conclude our session today, especially for the first panel discussion. And probably just a bit from me, we can see, especially from the private sectors who has an interest to coming to Indonesia for investment in toll road sector. We have especially the two great champions here, Pak Heri and Pak Danang, who is always listening to the aspiration from the partners, and also always in the learning mode for new things. It will inspire us in getting more projects and maintaining the good quality of infrastructure. Apology for myself, for, let's say, things that I wrongly said or done. Good afternoon, everyone. Wish you all the best. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Bapak
Thank you,
Andre
Mbak Dewi,
Permana, who has led our panel discussion for the first session. And once again, thank you very much to all speakers who has just shared to us fruitful and insightful thoughts about the regulator and financial institution point of view. And ladies and gentlemen, right now we have arrived at the end of the first panel discussion, and we will take a break for about 30 minutes. And I also remind you that we still have a second panel discussion, so please remind to join this webinar at 1 p.m. And for the second panel discussion, we will have speakers from investor and academician. And have a nice lunch, and please rejoin this webinar at 1 p.m.
Hanya mereka yang berani berubah yang akan mendapatkan kesempatan terbaik. Kami menjawab tantangan untuk bertransformasi menjadi media informasi yang terintegrasi. Bisnis Indonesia semakin mengokohkan dirinya menjadi penyedia informasi ekonomi dan bisnis. Kesuksesan yang kami raih bukanlah tanpa tantangan. Prinsip yang kami pegang teguh dalam setiap aktivitas kerja membuat tantangan kami pandang sebagai sebuah peluang. Kami berupaya untuk seimbang di segala aspek, jujur dan bertanggung jawab, selalu memberikan solusi dan layanan prima, membangun kemitraan yang produktif, terus berpikir kreatif untuk menciptakan produk-produk inovatif. Semangat inilah yang menjadikan kami perusahaan multimedia terbaik. Tanpa melupakan dari mana kami berada, Bisnis Indonesia terus berkembang dan berinovasi. Bisnis Indonesia Group hadir memberikan solusi media terpadu untuk bisnis Anda dengan unit usaha Big Media dan Big Services. Melalui Big Media, kami menyajikan informasi secara akurat dan terpercaya melalui berbagai format media. Informasi tentang bisnis dan ekonomi menyebar lebih luas hingga ke berbagai daerah di Indonesia. Semakin cepat, mudah, dan dapat diakses dimanapun Anda berada. Lebih dekat dan tak terbatas ruang. Kami hadirkan pula layanan terpadu dari lini usaha Big Services untuk menunjang beragam kebutuhan korporasi Anda. Kami memanfaatkan kecanggihan teknologi agar informasi ekonomi dan bisnis tersebar semakin luas dengan platform online dari Bisnis Indonesia Group. Diperkuat dengan lini usaha percetakan di beberapa daerah, kami menjawab kebutuhan produksi media cetak dan corporate services dengan hasil cetakan berkualitas. Membantu memberdayakan sumber daya manusia lebih optimal. Memberikan manfaat bagi lingkungan dunia usaha menjadi salah satu visi kami. Karena kami percaya dengan berbagi, kita bisa sukses bersama. Integrasi dan diversifikasi usaha multimedia inilah yang dapat kami lakukan untuk Anda. Bisnis Indonesia Group turut memperkuat bisnis dan ekonomi bangsa ini. Bersama, meraih sukses dengan berbagi wawasan dan pandangan yang lebih baik.
Moga-moga ke depan Bisnis Indonesia tetap menjadi partnernya kami untuk bisa menjaga perekonomian secara positif. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bisnis Indonesia. Navigasi bisnis terpercaya. Hanya mereka yang berani berubah yang akan mendapatkan kesempatan terbaik. Kami menjawab tantangan untuk bertransformasi menjadi media informasi yang terintegrasi. Bisnis Indonesia semakin mengokohkan dirinya menjadi penyedia informasi ekonomi dan bisnis. Kesuksesan yang kami raih bukanlah tanpa tantangan. Prinsip yang kami pegang teguh dalam setiap aktivitas kerja membuat tantangan kami pandang sebagai sebuah peluang. Kami berupaya untuk seimbang di segala aspek, jujur dan bertanggung jawab, selalu memberikan solusi dan layanan prima, membangun kemitraan yang produktif, terus berpikir kreatif untuk menciptakan produk-produk inovatif. Semangat inilah yang menjadikan kami perusahaan multimedia terbaik. Tanpa melupakan dari mana kami berada, Bisnis Indonesia terus berkembang dan berinovasi. Bisnis Indonesia Group hadir memberikan solusi media terpadu untuk bisnis Anda dengan unit usaha Big Media dan Big Services. Melalui Big Media, kami menyajikan informasi secara akurat dan terpercaya melalui berbagai format media. Informasi tentang bisnis dan ekonomi menyebar lebih luas hingga ke berbagai daerah di Indonesia. Semakin cepat, mudah, dan dapat diakses dimanapun Anda berada. Lebih dekat dan tak terbatas ruang. Kami hadirkan pula layanan terpadu dari lini usaha Big Services untuk menunjang beragam kebutuhan korporasi Anda. Kami memanfaatkan kecanggihan teknologi agar informasi ekonomi dan bisnis tersebar semakin luas dengan platform online dari Bisnis Indonesia Group. Diperkuat dengan lini usaha percetakan di beberapa daerah, kami menjawab kebutuhan produksi media cetak dan corporate services dengan hasil cetakan berkualitas. Membantu memberdayakan sumber daya manusia lebih optimal. Memberikan manfaat bagi lingkungan dunia usaha menjadi salah satu visi kami. Karena kami percaya dengan berbagi, kita bisa sukses bersama. Integrasi dan diversifikasi usaha multimedia inilah yang dapat kami lakukan untuk Anda. Bisnis Indonesia Group turut memperkuat bisnis dan ekonomi bangsa ini. Bersama, meraih sukses dengan berbagi wawasan dan pandangan yang lebih baik.
Moga-moga ke depan Bisnis Indonesia tetap menjadi partnernya kami untuk bisa menjaga perekonomian secara positif. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bisnis Indonesia. Navigasi bisnis terpercaya. Hanya mereka yang berani berubah yang akan mendapatkan kesempatan terbaik. Kami menjawab tantangan untuk bertransformasi menjadi media informasi yang terintegrasi. Bisnis Indonesia semakin mengokohkan dirinya menjadi penyedia informasi ekonomi dan bisnis. Kesuksesan yang kami raih bukanlah tanpa tantangan. Prinsip yang kami pegang teguh dalam setiap aktivitas kerja membuat tantangan kami pandang sebagai sebuah peluang. Kami berupaya untuk seimbang di segala aspek, jujur dan bertanggung jawab, selalu memberikan solusi dan layanan prima, membangun kemitraan yang produktif, terus berpikir kreatif untuk menciptakan produk-produk inovatif. Semangat inilah yang menjadikan kami perusahaan multimedia terbaik. Tanpa melupakan dari mana kami berada, Bisnis Indonesia terus berkembang dan berinovasi. Bisnis Indonesia Group hadir memberikan solusi media terpadu untuk bisnis Anda dengan unit usaha Big Media dan Big Services. Melalui Big Media, kami menyajikan informasi secara akurat dan terpercaya melalui berbagai format media. Informasi tentang bisnis dan ekonomi menyebar lebih luas hingga ke berbagai daerah di Indonesia. Semakin cepat, mudah, dan dapat diakses dimanapun Anda berada. Lebih dekat dan tak terbatas ruang. Kami hadirkan pula layanan terpadu dari lini usaha Big Services untuk menunjang beragam kebutuhan korporasi Anda. Kami memanfaatkan kecanggihan teknologi agar informasi ekonomi dan bisnis tersebar semakin luas dengan platform online dari Bisnis Indonesia Group. Diperkuat dengan lini usaha percetakan di beberapa daerah, kami menjawab kebutuhan produksi media cetak dan corporate services dengan hasil cetakan berkualitas. Membantu memberdayakan sumber daya manusia lebih optimal. Memberikan manfaat bagi lingkungan dunia usaha menjadi salah satu visi kami. Karena kami percaya dengan berbagi, kita bisa sukses bersama. Integrasi dan diversifikasi usaha multimedia inilah yang dapat kami lakukan untuk Anda. Bisnis Indonesia Group turut memperkuat bisnis dan ekonomi bangsa ini. Bersama, meraih sukses dengan berbagi wawasan dan pandangan yang lebih baik.
Moga-moga ke depan Bisnis Indonesia tetap menjadi partnernya kami untuk bisa menjaga perekonomian secara positif. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bisnis Indonesia. Navigasi bisnis terpercaya.
Check. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Still on virtual event, Indonesia's toll road infrastructure, competitiveness in global perspective. Now we have entered for the second session of this webinar, and for this session, we will have speakers from a prominent investor, operators, and academician. And for a little bit recap, for the first panel discussion on the previous one, we will heard about the toll road infrastructure development and acceleration toll road investment in Indonesia from the regulator and financial institution side. And also, we also heard about sharing session from other countries, from the foreign speakers. And now, before we begin our second session, I will inform you a little bit information about today's event organizer. This webinar is held by PT Marga Utama Nusantara, subsidiary of PT Nusantara Infrastructure Tbk, and the toll road sector collaborate with Business Indonesia. And the objective of this webinar is to provide a forum presentation and discussion related to regulation and experience from toll road operators and investors in Indonesia and other countries, and to increase the attractiveness from foreign investor to support the acceleration of infrastructure development in Indonesia. And of course, we'll talk about the PT Marga Utama Nusantara, or MUN, is the organizer of today's webinar. PT Marga Utama Nusantara, or MUN, is a strategic business unit of PT Nusantara Infrastructure Tbk, or NI, which engage in toll road operation and development. And MUN is the parent company of PT Bintaro Serpong Damai, or BSD, PT Jakarta Lingkar Barat 1, or JLB, PT Makassar Metro Network MMN, and PT Jalan Tol Seksi 4 atau JTSE. And the company engaged in the development and operation of strategic toll roads and plays a significant role in bringing the positive impact of the economy and society through the establishment of reliable, strategic, integrated, and sustainable toll road network system. And the company currently serves over 103 million vehicles and connecting millions of people through road infrastructure. And now we will begin our second session. And before that, I will address to all speakers who have joined with us today virtually. First, selamat siang. Good afternoon to Mr. Dhani Hasan, President Director of PT Marga Utama Nusantara. Selamat siang, Bapak. Mr. Pratomo, Mr. Pratomo Bimawan Putra, Jasa Marga Trans Jawa, Toll Road Regional Division Head. And also have joined with us today Mr. Mikura Yoshinoru-san, a Manager Overseas Business Division of W Nexco. Mr. Xu Changchen, as a General Manager of Indonesia Representative Office, CRCC International Investment Group Limited, and also Mr. Rodrigo E. Franco as the President and Chief Executive Officer of Metro Pacific Tollways Corporation. And okay, that's all our speakers for the second panel discussion. And we will have a Deputy Director of Indonesia Infrastructure Guarantee Fund as our moderator to lead the panel discussion for the second session. But first, I will read her short bio, or Mrs. Tanti Hidayati short bio. She has a Bachelor of Agribusiness in Social Economy of Institute of Agriculture, Bogor, and serves as Deputy Director of Business Initiation at the Indonesia's Infrastructure Guarantee Fund since 2021. But before joining in the Indonesia Infrastructure Guarantee Fund, she started her career at the Bank Vicor Invest as an Assistant Manager of Corporate Credit. And also, become an Assistant Vice President at the Investment Banking at PT Bahana Securities. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator for the second panel discussion. Please welcome Mrs. Tanti Hidayati. Silahkan Ibu Tanti.
Okay, thank you very much Ibu Dewi Kumala. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for Marga Utama Nusantara and Business Indonesia for giving me an opportunity as a moderator in this event. And now we are at the second panel session of the webinar and with the theme Indonesia's toll road infrastructure, competitiveness in global perspective. Okay, we already have 6 speakers with us, and we would like to have a presentation from various background speakers from investors, operator, and academic to get more information regarding toll road project in Indonesia from their perspective. So before the presentation begins, allow me to introduce first speaker. The first speaker is Mr. Dhani Hassan. Yeah, Mr. Dhani Hassan, the education from a bachelor degree on chemical engineering from Adamson University, Philippines in 1986. And second is Master of Science Industrial Management from Adamson University, Philippines in 1998. His career started in PT ASCO Coating Indonesia as a technical superintendent, and the second career in PT Asa Merah Oil procurement as a procurement supervisor from 1990 until 1992. And he also have a career in Sigma Barata as head of corporate finance, public equity advisory, and then also various positions at PT Sentris Mulia Pratama, and joined PT Nusantara Infrastructure at 2007 until today, and has held various positions. Now he is the President Director. Good afternoon, Bapak Dhani Hassan. Hopefully you in a good health today. Okay.
Selamat siang. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Okay. And then. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Dhani Hassan to deliver the presentation. Please, Pak Dhani, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bu. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, good afternoon to everyone. Honorary Director General of Investment and Finance, Pak Heri TZ, Professor Danang, Pak Kesit, and all other speakers and panelists. A very good afternoon to all of you. Well, I hope that this afternoon session would be as excitement as this morning. We have just got lunch. Hopefully that the lunch won't make us sleepy. So again, this morning we have heard a very valuable insight for all the speakers. We have heard the Philippine case, whereby it's more or less a private sector and privatization in the early stage, and private sector is dominating the business and the industry. While Japan is, on the other hand, they are more a government-owned company, and I think Indonesia is actually in the middle. They're in the middle of the Philippine case and also the Japanese case. Yeah, that's what I can see. A lot of things that we heard, and all of those are very important, leave us nothing to say or to share. And over the next 8 minutes, I would like to share to you as the topic, the role of a private sector in, let me say, just accelerating the development of the toll road industry in Indonesia. Actually, if you look at the industry, so Nusantara is involved in not only toll road business. Yeah, so we are in water business, port, seaport, and then energy and so on and so forth. If you look at each of the sector, I think toll road industry here are the most advanced. Yeah, although it's only just be deregulated in 2004, but it is really, really most advanced. Today, as mentioned by our speakers this morning, and as also mentioned by Stefano, that we have a great achievement in developing the toll road in the past 7 years. Yes, we built basically over 1,500 kilometers of roads. Yeah. So if can anyone assist me to go to the next slide, please? If you look at this, the tranches that was built in the past 7 years over today, there are 29 tranches. There's more in Trans-Java and Trans-Sumatra. This is a very, very important tranches. You look at it from the perspective of the population, it's serving 210 million people, or 78% of the population, of Indonesian population. This is a very strategic. So the backbone is already there. Yeah, thanks God for the great achievement. Yeah, and this represent about 80% of GDP contribution, these two islands. Yeah, so it is very, very important in the sense of where the roads are built. So how do you look at it? Now, if you look at the tranches that we have right now, next page, please. Most of these tranches are built by the SOE operators and contractors. So I can say that from 2014 to today, there are only 2 private sectors, namely Cipali, now is Astra, TEL infrastructure, Astra infrastructure, and Mokar, which is also Astra. The rest of the tranches are built by the contractors, and therefore it gives us opportunities. Yeah, opportunities for the private sector, basically to be involved, as it is owned by contractors, for the asset recycling. Today we have heard from Pak Heri TZ that the asset recycling will play important role in developing from green to brown, brown to green, and so on and so forth. So I think this gives us an open opportunities. Can you go to the next slide, please? So out of 583 kilometers, 426 are basically owned by SOEs. Yeah, so this is a pretty long stretch. Yeah. Now, how do we look at this? Yeah? So having this what they call is a tremendous job, I think it is already time for government, and we all realize, and we have been encouraged to participate in developing in the acceleration phase of the toll road sector. Now, for private sector like us, we think although those M&A in the brownfield are attractive, but we also look at the high density area. Yeah, so the area which with relatively high volume to capacity. Yeah, this is a very important. And we also looking at the access route. Yeah, so we're looking at the access route like the port, seaport, or maybe connectors and strategic access route. Now, we believe this because it's proven over the period of 10 years, they are more resilient assets. Yeah, they are very much resilient assets. Can you move to the next slide, please? It is resilient to the various economic conditions, and it is defensive in nature. So when we say it's defensive, if you look at what happened with the pandemic recently, it went down, we got hit, but the recovery is much faster than the rest of the tranche. Yeah? Now, in terms of the size, we have seen that Ibu Yai have mentioned that 47 trillion is already poured into this infrastructure. And this is pretty big. Yeah. So how is the appetite going forward? I think if you would want to develop the next stage of the projects, we need to look at which will be the most attractive and how do we finance it. So can we move to the next page, please? So if you look at this, I try to analogize this into Indonesian asset with a foreign flags. Why do I say that? We heard from Ibu Yai that one of the success thing to do this funding is actually sponsors. But sponsors in our country now is pretty much limited. Yeah, so people, I mean, the large company that are in the business are less to infrastructure. So you will, whether we like it or not, we have to team up with foreign partners, yeah, in terms of debt or hybrid, or even in the equity part of it. So recently we try to analyze and what will be the next important projects to come. We started from the urban. In the urban, we look at Johor Elevated is one of them. Yeah, this is a prestigious project. This project is also not involved in not only involved in adding capacity, but is also reducing emission, as what the government now is positioning. The more capacity we do, the more fluidity, the less emission will be, right? It is also addressing the health, safety, and environment, as Stefano mentioned this morning. Yeah. Besides Johor E, we think that Jakarta Inner City are also important projects to look at. Jakarta Harbor Road, and then Access Tanjung Priok, and including also the Johor 2, Johor 3, and plus other urban. If you go out a little bit from Jakarta, we can say Bandung, Surabaya, and so on has got no toll road. Yeah, they need to address this matter. They need to have an urban road in addition to the existing road. Those are actually the opportunities in the high density population area. Yeah. Now, in terms of climate, again, the topic today is competitiveness. Yeah. If you look at the Indonesian toll road climate, Pak Danang, Pak Heri, we should be proud. Yeah, our investment climate in terms of concession agreement is very, very competitive. Yeah, we can look at if you look at this pyramid, next page, please. The certainty of the regulation. Yeah, the certainty of the regulation. Next page, please. You can see here that Indonesia, to compare with Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, and so forth, I think we have a competitive advantage. Yeah. We have a certainty in the tariff adjustment, which is one of the function in this business that is adjusted every 2 years automatically. It's a little bit different from the case of Philippines. I think Pak Rodrigo later on will share to you, or Thailand, whereby they are adjusting between 2 to 5 years. Then one is mature, it will be flat, and Malaysia, which is case-to-case basis. So we have basically a better concession agreement and legal certainty. Not to include the stepping right, not to include the instrument that was mentioned today. We have the landscaping right, landscaping, land acquisition. We have the cash division, and so on and so forth. Now, in terms of market, again, we have, the government has complete and built the backbone. Now, there are, of course, once the backbone is built, the next will be the radial. There will be radial connector roads in both in Trans-Java and also Trans-Sumatra, not to include the urban area. Yeah. On the foreign participation, take a look at this. Yeah, mentioned also by Stefano today, and also Pak Heri, that foreign are allowed 100% ownership here. Yeah, 100%. Although there has not been any foreign company own 100%. So far, the max is 45%. Yeah, and the last one is on the investment returns. Yeah, we will touch a little bit there because our business is in the IDR, whereby the currency risk is one of the things that we need to address here. Okay, so in summary, yeah, if you go to next page, I can say that we also touched today by Stefano, we are in a good position, yeah, Pak Heri and Pak Danang. Yeah, demographically, 64% of our population are productive. So these are the users of the toll, not us. We probably travel less. These people will travel more, right? And also urbanization is also increasing. It will be beyond 70% in the next couple of years. So the key drivers to the GDP consumption. On the price parity, if you look at this, this has been the issue. Yeah? What would be the right tariff? Yeah? So if you look at the tariff, yeah, our tariff is about, on the average, 1,000 per kilometers. If you compare this to the fuel costs or parking fee, I think the tariff is relatively low. Yeah, I think we should not be afraid or sensitive about this one. Yeah, so there are still room to grow. And another things that we think that our positioning is strong is on the legal framework.
Closing right now. I'm sorry.
All right.
I'm very sorry.
Okay.
Time is
No problem.
closing.
Okay. So on the legal framework, we have a proper toll adjustment. The government has a clear on the operations scheme from cashless all the way to the multi-lane. Okay, the last one I would say to you is that what would be the key success factor, Pak Heri and Pak Danang? Yeah. Beside the project cost, next page please. Well-prepared project and proposal. I think you heard here the debt financing, domestic financing is getting limited due to the legal lending limits and capacity. So moving this to the project financing would be something you would want to consider. I know it's going to be high, but we can have, for example, AP, starting with AP for 5 years, and then it's open going forward, and then recycle it. On the current series, I think to invite foreign investor, we can sit down with the central bank on how do we address that one. On the tax, we learned today from BKPM. Also, we can do the we have a tax holiday. And lastly, I think to have a foreign partner coming in is to have a good foreign local partners. This is the key important, because if you want to invite them in entry, you have to provide an exit strategy to it. And the last page are the possible foreign players that would want. We have only now one strategic in the Trans-Java, RKE, Road King, and the Canadian pension plan. And while in the urban, we have the Japanese. And I think there are a number of investors that would be still interested. Among others are the Metro Pacific Toll Road Corporation, the OBB, and then you have the ADIA, I think Pak Heritage knows better, APG, and so on and so forth. As long as we can provide them with the right scheme entry, exit, mitigate risk, and also clear legal, I do not think that it will be difficult. To know today from the BKPN perspective, I think if you would like to derive a foreign direct investment, our space is the best space to invite to to the country. Thank you very much for this occasion. I return to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pak Dani. Thank you for the informating and very interesting presentation. Yeah, and we need to further discussion and so many interesting points on your presentation. So next, we would like to introduce second speaker. Second speaker is Mr. Pratomo Bimawan Putra. Okay. Yeah, Pak Pratomo is a bachelor degree on industrial engineering from University Gadjah Mada in 2008, and also Master of Enterprise Business from University of Melbourne in 2017. His career is started as a staff at PT Jasa Marga on 2009, and now he holds the position of Jasa Marga Trans Jawa Toll Road and Regional Division Head. Okay, Pak Pratomo, the floor is yours. Please start to continue your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Could you please share the presentation? Share the screen of the presentation. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Bima. I've been working for Jasa Marga since 2009, and as previously mentioned, my current role is the Jasa Marga Toll Road Trans Java Toll Road Regional Division Head. So in this opportunity, I would like to present you the toll road development challenge in the new normal era from our perspective as one of the toll road investors in Indonesia. So would you please step to the next slide? Okay. Well, in this presentation, we are going to, first of all, discuss an overview of the company I've been working for, Jasa Marga. Then I'm going to give a brief snapshot of the toll road industry overview before specifying some of the Jasa Marga's upcoming project. And in the end, I'm going to discuss the topic of toll road development challenge in the new normal era. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the company overview, a brief snapshot of it. Next slide, please. Okay, so Jasa Marga is a leading toll road operator in Indonesia with more than 40 years of experience. As you can see in the picture, this picture was taken in 1978. Jasa Marga was established with the focus of a toll road operator, construction and maintenance of the toll road networks. Next slide, please. We're currently owned 34 of toll road concession and operate more than 1,200 of kilometer of operating toll roads. And during the last decade, we've been doubling the business by expanding toll road networks across Indonesia. Jasa Marga is strategically important with strong government ownership. 70% of the share owned by the government and 30% of it owned by the public. We are listed in Indonesia Stock Exchange since 2007. Next slide, please. Okay, as we can see here, the market share of operated toll road in Indonesia is 51% of it operated by Jasa Marga, and we can tell you that the additional 55, I guess, kilometer of operational toll road in this year we are expecting to come. Next slide, please. So it's the company overview. I think it has clear. Next slide, please. Okay, so the industry overview. Next. Okay, so Jasa Marga is 70% of it, a share of it owned by the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise, and it is under the Indonesian Toll Road Authority (BPJT) by the Minister of Ministry Public Works and Public Housing. So the advantage of highly regulated industry is the certainty of tariff increase in every 2 years according to the regulation. The timing of the land acquisition process is also faster. If any dispute it will be decided in the court, and potential for efficiency from the cashless transaction. Next slide. So the overview of the Indonesian toll road regulations. Currently, 100% of cashless transaction improve the efficiency of the toll road operation and faster transaction. It minimizes the cost of providing by the change and cash handling, and toll revenue security, and minimize the potential for any authenticity toll payment instrument. Improving the quality of operational human resources as well. So the initial toll tariff is calculated based on the investment feasibility, toll road user ability to pay, and a vehicle operational cost saving. Initial toll tariff is stipulated in concession agreement prior to start of construction. Tariff adjustment regulated by the law, and it's calculated based on regional CPI and is adjusted once every 2 years. The land acquisition is the government's responsibility and is undertaken by a land procurement committee appointed by the government. Next slide, please. So the environment in toll road industry is very constructive. Land acquisition since 2016, due to the fully implementation of the law of land acquisition, the progress of land acquisition has significantly increased. The law regulates the change of price basis to the market price and the certainty of process and timeline schedule. Under the same law, the government has responsibility to proceed and pay the land clearance if the construction project is part of a national strategic project. So it's commercially feasible project to ensure the project has adequate return to attract investors. Okay, so the long-term contract, the concession of the toll road is around 35 to 50 years based on the characteristic of its project, investment, cost, and location. Certainty in tariff adjustment, as stated in the road law, tariff will be adjusted every 2 years. It will be beneficial for us. Although, next slide, please. Okay, but the challenge is no guarantee in traffic volume. It's one of the challenge because it really depend on the situation and also the artery networks. Next slide, please. So our upcoming project next in Greater in Greater Jakarta. Currently, we have two projects, Serpong Cinere project with progress land acquisition of nearly 98% and progress construction more than 98%. And secondly is the Jakarta Cikampek 2 Selatan with progress land acquisition 52% and the progress of construction 24%. Next slide. Jasa Marga upcoming project in Java and outside Java. Jasa Marga has Ngawi Kertosono Kediri project and Probolinggo Banyuwangi with total length of nearly 180 kilometer, and Jogja Bawen project in Java, and also Manado Bitung project with land acquisition progress of 100% and construction progress 97%. Next slide. So the toll development challenge. First of all, the challenge is the financial challenge. We've been suffer due to the decrease in toll revenue as an impact of the implementation of the limit in mobility policy. The company expense in interest payment is increasing as more toll road sections were operating. Land acquisition challenge, we've been undergoing delay in the land acquisition due to the limited allocation of the government's budget for land acquisition, which has been reallocated for handling of COVID-19. The construction challenge, we also been facing the decrease in construction productivity due to the implementation of COVID-19 prevention protocol. So next slide. In order to maintain the company performance, next slide, please. Yeah, in order to maintaining the company performance, we've been doing some of the efforts. So first of all, we've been performing the special operational expense efficiency, actively communicating with the bank sector to propose relaxation scheme. We've done some of the refinancing in our project and strive to obtain the alternative funding that is most appropriate to the company's condition. As an example, we've been done some asset recycling scheme and also conduct a review of the implementation of work programs in accordance with the policy scale while maintaining the fulfillment of the toll road SPM. In construction aspect, Jasa Marga Group has adopted a policy of implementation of work from home. In addition, by utilizing online meeting media, communication, and information sharing as well as work monitoring can still be carried out. That work can be completed properly, and we maintain productivity by implementing the health protocol. In the land acquisition aspect, we actively communicate and coordinate with the PPK to accelerate the land acquisition progress. Next slide. So Jasa Marga in the new era, in conclusion, as a toll road developer and operator, a company, as well as agent of toll road development in Indonesia, in accordance with Jasa Marga's vision of being the largest trusted and sustainable company, Jasa Marga will continue to actively participate in the toll road development of new toll road projects in Indonesia with innovations and in business and funding schemes in order to support the acceleration of infrastructure development in Indonesia while also maintaining the corporate financial health. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pratomo Bima, or should I call Pak Bima, yeah? Okay.
Sure, Bima.
Okay, thank you for the interesting presentation, and it's so many interesting topic in your presentation, and I would like to the audience to take a note or answer or a question in the end of the presentation. Okay, for the next is we have a third presenter is Mr. Mikura Yoshinori-san. Okay, the third speaker will hold the topic about the success story and investment expectation in Indonesia. And is toll road investment in Indonesia still profitable? I think this is very important from the investor perspective. So I will read the Yoshinori-san CV. The education is a BS degree in engineering from Kyushu University in 1993, and master degree in engineering from Kyushu University in 1995. And his career is begin from 1995, and he hold position as Japan Highway Public Corporation, and currently work as the manager Overseas Business Division, Overseas Business Department, Technical Development Bureau, Nexco West. Okay, Yoshinori-san, please start your presentation. Ms. Yoshinori-san, you're still muting your computer?
Hello,
okay.
Can you?
Yes, okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I already
Yeah.
hear you. Okay.
Yeah. Again, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yoshinori Mikura from Nexco West. I'd be glad to have this opportunity to deliver a presentation. Can you show my slide? Okay, let's go on to the next page. In this presentation, I'm going to talk 3 points. First, introduction of my Nexco West. Second, our contribution to the toll road project in Indonesia. And finally, investment in Indonesia. Go on to the next page. First, let me give you some information of Nexco West. We operate 3,534 kilometers of expressways in Western Japan. Section under construction is 252 kilometers. And we have 2 types of income. One is toll fee, and the other is rent from rental of land and buildings in rest areas. Income from toll fee was 661 billion Japanese yen, and income from rent was 110 billion Japanese yen last fiscal year. Please go on to the next page. We have 2 fields of overseas business in the United States and Indonesia. Our subsidiary, Nexco West USA, is located in Virginia, United States, mainly provides non-destructive inspection service for civil structure. In Indonesia, we participate in toll road project with our partner, Moon Nusantara. Next page, please. Second, the next, our contribution to the toll road project in Indonesia. Please go to the next page. This slide shows a relation between Moon Nusantara and Nexco West. Next, go has the share of Moon, and it's one of the SPC BSD. The maps in the bottom shows 4 toll roads operated by Moon's species. BSD and JRB are in Jakarta area, and MMN and JTSC are in Makassar area. We have sent a senior engineer as transferring employee. He supports supervising Moon's toll roads, construction, and maintenance. Please go on to the next page. This page shows photos during MMN extension project. The construction section is 4.3 kilometers long, all viaduct section with 4 ends, which has 2 entrances and 2 exits. From the next page, I prepared 3 examples of engineering contribution to the construction, but concerning the purpose of this seminar, I explained just one of them. Please go on to the next page. Case 1 is a measure to prevent cracks and gaps between line-up superstructures. Let me skip the explanation of this. Please go on to the next page. And next, please. Yes, the case 2 is about epoxy joint between segments of superstructure. I explained this. The original design did not use epoxy as a waterproof agent for the box segment joint, but as a rainwater intrusion into the segment would be a risk factor for concrete damage and PC cable corrosion. We adopted epoxy joint. This method was the standard in Queensland, Australia, which has similar weather to Makassar. In Indonesia, this method is not a standard specification. Therefore, it is necessary to make a decision on implementation of this method at each site. So in the future, it is desirable to standardize to use epoxy joint, develop a manual, etc. Please go on to the next page. And next. And again, next, please. Page 12. So finally, I'd like to talk about investment in Indonesia. Please go on to the next page. As I mentioned in the previous page, we are one of the investors to Moon and one of its species. Actually, another 2 Japanese companies also have been invested to Moon. Even with total of our 3 companies shareholding, our portion is still small. Generally speaking, what PPP contractors or investors are expecting to different depend on their field of expertise. A pure investor expects only dividend, and EPC contractor-based investor expects getting construction contract from the PPP project. A major shareholder can control the business and collect management fee in return. As a minor shareholder, NextCoWest is not just an investor, but seeking other purpose. Our purpose is to invest PPP project are acquiring PPP know-how and do business with local partner together by using the technology we are good at. And of course, it will contribute to the enhance Indonesia's technological strength, I believe. Regarding about PPP know-how, we have learned a lot from the toll road business, and we received dividend as well. As for business, we have made technical contribution, as I explained in previous page, but we have not been able to link them to business. Finally, let me mention my expectation from Indonesia. it would be desirable to introduce measures to reduce revenue risk, such as availability payment, revenue pool system among different roads, projects, and so on. On another expectation is about easing and restriction on business by foreign investors. There has been a lot of discussion about the Omnibus Act, and it would be great if it would be deregulate regarding joint ventures by foreign companies with originally local companies. Please next page. This is the end of the presentation. Terima kasih atas perhatian Anda. Maybe
Yeah.
your voice is
Okay.
yeah, okay.
Okay. Yeah. It's very interesting and informative presentations, especially due to the technical about the toll road condition. Yeah, hopefully those could apply to maintain the quality of toll road in Indonesia in the future. Okay, so for the next presenter, we will present Mr. Xu Jiangcheng. Okay. Mr. Xu Jiangcheng started the career about 10 years experience in marketing development and project implementation and local company management of Southeast Asia. He also joined a Chinese SOE, State Power Investment Corporation, and participate in the development of Indonesia power plant infrastructure as Java 7, the biggest capacity power plant in Indonesia right now, and also Sumatra Selatan 1 and Sumatra Selatan 8. And currently he is the local chief representative of CRCC, International Investment Group, and continue to be committed to the development of Indonesia transportation infrastructure. So Mr. Xu Jiangcheng also will tell the success story and investment expectation in Indonesia also for the toll road investment. Okay, Mr. Xu Jiangcheng, the floor is yours, please.
Yeah, hello. Good afternoon, Bahari, Badani, and everyone here. Yeah, nice to meet all of you here. Okay, can we share the presentation now? Yes, a few days ago, Badani contacted with me and want me to talk something about the expectation to Indonesia's toll road investment. I thought for a long time. And then after that, I made this title. Yeah, it's on the way. Compared with other kind of infrastructures like the power plant, toll road international investment is really just on the way. But I have confidence that if we have actively cooperate together, I think this way will become a high-speed way, maybe the speed like the toll road. Yeah. Okay, next page. Yes, thank you. Okay, let's have a view of my presentation. I will have you give you 4 parts. The first one is a brief introduction of my group company, CRCC. And then the most important part is the second part, the potential of the local toll road market, in my opinion. And the third one is our market development plan here, and then a conclusion. Okay, and next page. Yeah. In this part, I will show you who we are and what we can do and what we did. Yeah, next page. Okay, our group company's full name is China Railway Construction Corporation, and it is majored in infrastructure investment and contracting. Its registered capital is about $2 billion, and the last year's revenue is about $140 billion. So from this data, we can see that it is a mega-sized enterprise of China. and it ranks the number 3 of the ENR's global contractors and the number 42 of Fortune Global 500 in this year. Okay, next page. Yeah, this is a business structure of international investment. Yeah, we can see that all kinds of and renewable energy. And in all of this, infrastructure is our main business. Besides this, this business, CRCC can give a whole life cycle service to the infrastructure project from the beginning, planning, development, consulting design, and to the O&M. Yeah. Okay, next page. Yeah, here is some appearance of my company. Yeah, as a professional group, CRCC undertook about half of China's railway project. And besides that, CRCC also played a very important role in the toll road projects of China. As I know, China's whole toll road length is about 160,000 kilometers now. And the CRCC undertook many projects of them. And here is some typical project CRCC joined in it, like the first toll road in China and the longest toll road and the first transnational toll road. Yeah. Okay, next page. Okay, this is the most important part, the attractiveness of Indonesia's toll road. In this part, I will tell you why we choose Indonesia as our main market and why we choose toll road as our main business here. Okay, next page. Yes, there are many reasons we choose Indonesia as our main market. Here, I only list 4 points to prove it. First is the macro economy. Indonesia is, has more than 260 million population, and the land area is about 2 million square kilometers. And it is only one country whose GDP more than $1 trillion in Southeast Asia countries. So it's a very huge market. And the second is that Indonesia played a much more important role in the regional corporations. I know that the present government proposed the target that Indonesia will be the global maritime axis. I think it's a good combination with China's Belt and Road Initiative. And the second is that RCEP will take effect next year. Indonesia is also the host country of the G20 next year. So all of this will have a positive promotion to our cooperation, I think, yeah. And the third one is that here is some data of 2019 between China and Indonesia. For international trade, China is the #1 partner of Indonesia and the #2 partner of investment. So it means we have a good foundation of our further cooperation. And the fourth one is that the local government had issued many positive policies for international investment, like the President Decree 49 this year. And the government set up the investment department this year to enhance the efficiency of the dealing with the international investment. Above all, we have no reason to do not choose Indonesia as our main market, I think, yeah. The next page. Yeah, okay, let's have a look at the attractiveness of the toll road infrastructure. First is that there is a big market demand. In the presentation this morning, we know that Indonesia's target of the toll road length in the year 2024 is about 5,000 kilometers. But now we only have 2,300 kilometers. So there will be another almost 3,000 kilometers need to build in the next 3 years. It means that we need plenty of investment. I think it also includes a foreign investment. And then once I got some data from the government, the PUPR listed 146 infrastructure projects, and which includes 77 is a toll road project. And in Babana's list, there are 15 toll road projects in 22 infrastructure projects. So from this issue, we can also say that how important for the toll road projects now, yeah. Okay, next page. please. Yeah, thank you. In this part, I will introduce our plans to the local market. Yeah, next page. Yeah. Yeah. First, after the deeply investigation and analysis, we will focus the toll road and renewable energy as our main development business in this stage. The second is that although CRCC had some experiences in Indonesia, but that is for the EPC contractors. For the investment, we are a new arrival, so we need to learn and integration. Learning more about the locals, like the policies, the rules, and the standards, and we need to work together with the local partners to deal with some problems, like the toll road project always has no VGF, and the operation period is too long, and the land acquisition is always very difficult. We need to face and deal with these risks with the local partners. Yeah, next page. Oh no, the front page, yeah. Oh yeah, here. The third one that I mentioned just now, as a new arrival, we welcome to cooperate together with local partners and other partners from China or other foreign countries. Yeah, the localization is also very important. After we win the project, we will set up subsidiary companies and SPV companies. And then besides the project implementation, we will fulfill the social responsibilities like contributions to the community and increase the employment. Yeah, etc. Yeah. Okay, next page. Yeah, after the whole analysis, all in all, okay, next page, yeah. Yeah, CRCC's expectation to the local toll road infrastructure is at this conclusion. CRCC has enough confidence in the local toll road investment and will be committed to develop Indonesia's infrastructure with all partners here. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Actually, you still have 1 minute left. Or you want to another addition for your presentation?
I see no others. Maybe later we can discuss about it. Yeah.
Okay, okay then, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Su Jiangchen. So I have a conclusion from your presentation is that CRCC right now has enough confidence in the local toll road investment and will be committed to develop Indonesia infrastructure with all partners. So that I note from your presentation. Okay, for the next presenter, I will present next speaker is Mr. Rodrigo Emmanuel Franco. Okay, I will read the short bio. Mr. Rodrigo Emmanuel Franco have graduated of the Ateneo, the Manila University with a degree in management engineering and a master's in business administration. And before joining the MPTC, Mr. Franco spent 20 years with JP Morgan Chase Bank, and he was vice president for investment banking when he left the Manila branch of JP Morgan Chase by the end of 2002. Now he is the president and chief executive officer of Metro Pacific Tollways Corporation, or we just short say MPTC. Okay, Mr. Rodrigo, please, your time to make a presentation. Thank you. Still mute, Mr. Rodrigo. Excuse me.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon again to everyone, and thank you, Ibu. I am happy to present MPTC's investment philosophy in Indonesia. First, a brief background about MPTC, or Metro Pacific Tollways. We are a Philippine-based company that is the toll road investment arm and holding company arm of Metro Pacific Investment Corporation. MPIC, our parent company, traces its parentage. Can we go to the next slide, please? Traces its parentage to First Pacific Company, which is a Hong Kong-based holding company affiliated with the Selain Group. The chairman of First Pacific Company is Mr. Anthony Salim, while the managing director and CEO is a Filipino, Mr. Manuel B. Pangilinan. Going to the next page, Metro Pacific Tollways, MPTC. First thing that you should recognize is that MPTC is a purely private company. And we are a holding company and an investment company for toll road ventures. We consider ourselves now one of the largest purely private toll road developer and operator in Southeast Asia, with total revenues of over $350 million. Currently in the Philippines, which is our main area of operation, we have 286 kilometers of domestic toll roads. And in our foreign areas, we are present in both Vietnam and Indonesia. Our total toll road asset is about 170 kilometers. The main difference between the Philippines and Indonesia and some other countries, as already mentioned by Pa Danny early on, is that in the Philippines, the toll road sector is dominated by private sector developers and operators. The next slide, please. Our total assets, our company has grown significantly over the last 5 years. From $2.1 billion of total assets, we now have total assets of about $4.3 billion US. Next slide, please. Our revenues have also grown, although the trend was disrupted, of course, by the pandemic. So from $240 million of toll revenues in 2017, we reached a peak of about $383 million in 2019. Last year went down to close to $300 million. There's a rebound again this year. We're now at around $350 million in toll revenue. So it's generally growing business. To the next slide, please. In terms of our presence in Indonesia, we initially invested in Indonesia in 2017 through Nusantara Infrastructure. Currently, we hold, MPTC holds 76% of PT Nusantara, and MPTC also holds about 15% directly of the toll road company, PT Marga Utama. It is our intention to grow our toll road footprint in Indonesia. We want to do that by developing new projects together with Nusantara and PT Marga Utama, or we are also open to acquiring existing concessions, or we are also open to entering into partnership with other toll road developers and investors in Indonesia. As you may all know, PT Marga Utama is invested currently in 4 toll road concessions. About the question of, can we go to the next slide, whether toll road investments in Indonesia are profitable? As a private toll road investor, we look at toll road concessions, and there are 5 elements that we want to focus on, apart of course from our ability to finance the project. So 5 elements in the concessions that we want to look at and see whether we can live with the risk of these elements. First is, of course, land acquisition. I heard this during an earlier presentation, but land acquisition is a concern that we want to look at and also review and assess if we can be comfortable with the land acquisition process. Of course, construction costs, we also look at construction costs. Is the construction cost reasonable? Is it properly estimated? Can the project be constructed within the construction cost budget? And then everyone expresses concern about traffic. Of course, that's another main concern. Are the traffic projections properly prepared? Are the traffic levels reasonable, and can that support the amount of the investment? Tariff rates. Tariff is, of course, very critical for toll road projects, and we'd like to look at one, the reasonableness of the tariff rate, and secondly, the tariff rate, the tariff setting mechanism. Does it provide certainty about the tariff? And lastly, O&M. Will the project be managed by an experienced and qualified O&M provider? And can we introduce innovations during the O&M process? Because as I said earlier, we are not only an investor, we are also a developer and an operator. To the next slide, please. Now, what have we seen in Indonesia? We've seen, as mentioned earlier by Padani, in Indonesia, the regulatory risk is manageable. We think it is, the risk is manageable. One of the things that attracted us is the stable tariff adjustment regime. In Indonesia, tariff is governed by law. In the Philippines, we don't have a law that governs toll roads and toll road tariff. In the Philippines, you have to get your tariff adjustments by a contract or your concession agreement. And contracts are easier to, contract provisions are easier to violate because you have to run after the contracting party. Unlike in Indonesia, where the mechanism is provided by law. So if somebody doesn't follow the contract of the law, then it becomes a violation of the law. And then we've also seen in Indonesia very strong government support for toll road projects. And that is something that pleases us. Next slide, please. So given all of this, what do we think Indonesia offers? We think all the 5 elements we can find in many projects in Indonesia. And that's why we thought if the Indonesian government wants to accelerate investments in toll roads, the Indonesian government might want to consider getting more participation from private sector developers and operators. MPTC, together with our partners in Indonesia, PT Nusantara and PT Marga Utama, are ready to work with the government to develop more toll road projects. And we think getting the private sector developers like us involved will provide another perspective on toll road projects, because private sector players provide a very different perspective. Then to my last slide, as to the question, is toll road investment in Indonesia still profitable? Can we go to the next slide? Our answer is yes. For private sector investors, for private sector developers like us, from our perspective, toll road sector in Indonesia can be profitable, but we will have to be selective. We have to choose the areas covered with cities, with urban areas. We'll also be happy to look at projects near major developments like industrial estates. So our overall conclusion is investing in Indonesian toll roads can be profitable, but we have to be selective because we are a private sector player. We look at these projects from a different perspective, and we want to look closely at the contracts. But we are pleased with the regulatory regime in Indonesia and also with a strong government support. So that's all my presentation, and thank you again for inviting me to this webinar.
But maybe we can discuss further. That you mentioned that toll road investment in Indonesia is still profitable, but you have to select it. That this is what I want really discuss in a further. Yeah. Okay. We already hear five speakers from investor and operator of toll road, and now it's time we will hear the speaker from academics, Dr. Atif Ansar from Oxford University. Okay, I think Dr. Atif haven't. Oh, okay, Dr. Atif. Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Atif Ansar. Okay, may I? Yeah, okay. I will read the short CV of Dr. Atif Ansar, but you know it's quite very amazing CV. So I will read of it. So a fellow of Cable College, Dr. Atif is senior teaching fellow on the Master of Science in Major Program Management and the Australian Major Project Leadership Academy. He is the founding director of the Oxford program on the sustainable future of capital-intensive industry, Smith School of Enterprise and the Environment. Dr. Atif is also the executive chairman of Foresight Works, an Oxford-based technology firm building next-gen software for the world's mega project. Dr. Atif undertook his PhD at Brasenose College with the prestigious Clarendon Scholarship from Oxford University Press. Dr. Atif was a postdoctoral research fellow at the BT Center for Major Program Management at Said Business School from 2010. And from 2015 until 2020, Dr. Atif was Program Director of the MSc in Major Program Management and continues to be one of the senior teaching fellows on the course's faculty. So he also teaches on the UK and Australian government's Major Project Leadership Academy, and in 2018, Dr. Atif began an appointment as a visiting scholar at Stanford University Global Project Center and a visiting professorship at Tsinghua University. Okay, let's hear the presentation from Dr. Atif about the global infrastructure and academic perspective. Please, Dr. Atif.
Thank you very much. Good morning from a very cold Oxford. Thank you very much for that generous introduction. In my presentation, I'll give you an academic perspective on global infrastructure. But I just want to reiterate what a pleasure it is to meet our friends again from Indonesia. I've been to Indonesia over a dozen times before the pandemic, and I've worked very closely with Petrolina as well as Pikitima, and look forward to coming back as soon as travel allows. So a virtual welcome from Oxford. Oxford is the best university in the world. Cambridge came in second, well done to them. But without immodesty, along with Oxford's prestige in many of its academic areas, mega projects is one area where the university has made a very significant mark. So our faculty was founded with a big grant from British Telecom about 15 years ago, and that's led to research and teaching in the area, which by any measure is ranked #1 in the world, including 2 of our courses that Ibu mentioned in the introduction. for example, the Masters in Major Program Management, which I had the pleasure to direct for 5 years, as well as the Major Project Leadership Academy for senior civil servants. So, there's a big capability building component to infrastructure, and we could touch on that later on as well. So what are mega projects? This is a picture of David Leonthal looking at the Norris Dam in 1930s in the US. Dams are an example of an archetypical mega project, but mega projects are large dollar investments, typically over $1 billion, that have the potential to transform companies or countries. And so anywhere from oil refineries to renewable power plants to ports to large mines to big property developments, these are all classified as mega projects. And even things like election campaigns. So India, for example, spends $5 billion every 5 years to undertake its election campaign. Crisis management, national disasters, climate change mitigation, all of this constitutes major mega projects. And the overall business is big. It's about $9 trillion or 10% of the global economy that can be classified annually as mega project starts. So getting mega project investments creates huge amounts of jobs. It creates lasting value and legacy. And a couple of examples are as follows. So this is Dubai in 2000, which looked like a desert. Dubai now, every single one of those vertical lines is a mega project. And there's hundreds of these in Dubai that have transformed the desert into a bustling metropolis. Equally, Hong Kong, closer to Indonesia, in the 1960s versus Hong Kong now, every single building in the background is missing here, and they are now all there, and that's all, every single one of them was a mega project, and that underpins the financial prosperity of the city, Singapore being another example. And in Indonesia itself, if you were to take pictures of Jakarta from 1960s and compare them to today, of course, it's completely changed and transformed, and even from the 1990s. It's all done through mega projects. However, these mega projects are no child's play. So they're really helpful for the economy. They create jobs, they create growth, but they're really difficult to deliver. And that's what I want to show you some evidence. So this is our data set at Oxford University, which has been built with colleagues over the last 10 years. And it's the world's largest data set of its kind on the performance of major mega projects. And what you see here is that issues of cost overruns, time overruns, and benefit shortfalls are pervasive across all types of mega projects. So whatever people estimate a road project to cost at the start and final investment decision, and what it ends up costing is there's a big increment. So it's 25% in case of roads, over 40% in case of rail projects. So $1 billion rail project would end up being a $1.4 billion rail project. Projects like dams double their budget. Olympics, more than 156% cost overrun. So these are very, very big cost escalation issues. An equal issue is the problem of delay. So for example, for a dam project, a 10-year project will become a 14-year project. And this excludes the planning cycle. So what we're really majoring on here is the construction cycle. So and a final challenge is benefit shortfall, where if you expected the dam to produce, a certain amount of electricity, you get 10% less than you thought. In case of rail projects, if you expected 100 people to show up, only 49 people turn up. So it's a big issue in the industry, the issues of cost overrun, time overrun, and benefit shortfalls. And when these projects go wrong, they go horribly wrong. So this is the tragic accident of Macondo in Gulf of Mexico with BP, which caused fatalities, as well as a huge oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico. And BP's share price has never recovered from this accident. So one disaster, one issue in your mega project can really turn into a hangman's knot as well for the company or the country. So one has to manage them really professionally to get them right. One of the other issues is that the project cost overruns and time overruns have not gone away. So what I'm showing you in this chart is on the x-axis is time, and the y-axis are cost overruns in big dam projects. And the blue line is the average cost overrun across the entire time, which is about 2, so down to doubling their budgets. But the bigger issue is that this blue line is flat. It's not going down. What that suggests is that projects are not learning from the past. Each project is done like as if it was unique, without any lessons learned from one project to another. And the other issue with that is that just because somebody has a lot of experience in projects doesn't mean that they have expertise in projects, because they may have experienced delays and cost overruns over and over again, but it doesn't mean that they know how to overcome them. So experience and expertise are two different things, which is, again, I'm trying to summarize and go very quickly. We can discuss in much greater detail later on. Another issue is that there's a double whammy. This chart comes from my colleague Ben Flyberg at the University of Oxford, and this is done for rail projects. And what it shows is on the x-axis are cost overruns, on the y-axis are ridership shortfalls for rail projects. So anything above 1 is bad for cost overruns on the x-axis, and anything below 1 is bad for traffic shortfalls. Below, on 1 means that you came in on budget. It's a ratio of actual divided by estimate. And above 1 for cost overrun means that you spend more money than you estimated. And below 1 for traffic means that you got fewer people than you estimated. As you can see, no single rail project hits the bullseye. None of them is on target. Or even if you give them a 10% margin of error, none of them are even within that target of being both on budget and delivering their intended benefits. A great majority of them are in the disaster zone, which is they've got a big cost overrun and a big benefit shortfall. So if you're doing a benefit cost ratio, both your benefits go down and your costs go up, the ratio is warped. So it's a double whammy that these projects get. So status quo at the moment is over time, over budget, under benefits, over and over again. And my life's work and my colleagues' life's work is on time, on budget, to benefits every time because of Oxford and our partners. So I'm thrilled to be here today with you and look forward to partnering with you to change this issue with mega projects, this challenge of over time, over budget, and under benefits. Now, there are many fronts, so I'll go over this very, very quickly in interest of time. You have to get many things right in mega projects. It's not like a single trick. Then you say, okay, I'll just do this and then everything will be okay. You have to get your people right. You have to hire them correctly. You have to train them, develop them, get your organization design right, get your processes right, get your technology systems right, get your upfront project design and estimates right, secure enough funding, work with your supply chain, do the internal and external stakeholder management correctly. I'm sure all these issues have been touched on in the webinar today. So why mega projects fail? I'll give you 3 very quick reasons and then give you 1 kill. One of the key reasons mega projects fail is because of this problem of over-optimism. This is a kitten looking itself in the mirror and seeing a big lion. So the problem becomes that in mega projects, the biggest risk is you as the mega project manager. Is the mega project manager or mega project leader overestimating their own abilities in being able to deliver that. And a famous example is the Challenger disaster, where the estimate of the Challenger, which unfortunately had a fatal accident, blowing up, was estimated to be 1 in 100,000, so very small risk. But if they had looked at previous mission, yes.
Sorry, your time is closing right now. Time is up.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
That's okay.
Okay. So I have to go continue the discussion then. Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay then.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Atif. And we will enter the discussion session then. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end part of our presentation. Before we entering the question and answer, apologize, I haven't have a chance to say hi to Pak Heri TZ. I'm sorry, Pak. Good afternoon, Pak Heri TZ and Pak Danang. Maybe Pak Heri TZ or Pak Danang will have a comment or a question for all the presentation here. Before I go on to the audience. Good afternoon, Pak Heri, Pak Danang. Okay, maybe it's not here, yeah? Okay. Okay, is there, okay. I think we have a question here. Okay, I will read in Bahasa, ya. I think it's, there is a translator here. This is from Amitya. She have a question that Indonesia masih tertinggal dalam pembangunan jalan tol dibandingkan dengan negara tetangga. Presiden Jokowi tengah mencanangkan pembangunan jalan tol sepanjang 1.000 km dalam 5 tahun. Secara keseluruhan, apa yang menjadi penyebab terlambatnya pembangunan jalan tol di Indonesia? Apakah ada kaitannya dengan daya saing jalan tol kita dibandingkan dengan negara tetangga? Okay, I think this question will address first to Dr. Atif. I think, yeah. Maybe you can make a response about that question.
My Bahasa is not that good. Would you mind translating?
Is there any translator? Okay. So the Indonesia okay. Wait. Okay, we have a translator, what is, yeah, okay. So Indonesia, I think compared to, Indonesia compared to other country, the toll roads still way left behind. Okay, and President Jokowi has already said that toll road Indonesia will develop about 10,000 kilometers in the 5 years. So Amitya have a question that what is the main cause that the Indonesia has left behind in the toll road development? Is there any correlation with what we call correlation with the competitiveness in other country? I think, yeah, that's the question. Maybe Dr. Atif can respond about that.
Thank you very much for the question. So, you know, I don't know the specifics of the Indonesian toll road program, so I can't comment on, you know, what might be some reasons for the past delay. But, you know, in terms of many of these infrastructures, they require a lot of leadership. So people have to have a clear vision of what needs to get built and in what time horizon. So the president's, you know, clarity of that leadership is going to be really helpful to get these projects built from here. Now, one example I would give you, building 10,000 kilometers has been done, you know, in very compressed time lines in other countries. So China, for instance, in 1988 had 0 kilometers of toll roads. And now, you know, it has a toll road network that is, I believe, double the size of the US interstate highway. And it was built, actually, the initial projects were, you know, demo projects that were financed by the World Bank, for example, the Beijing-Tianjin Expressway. And it was a little bit like establishing a demo project in each province in China that demonstrated the financial structure as well as the supply chain process by which these toll roads were built, and replicating that structure over and over again over 200, 300 kilometer chunks. And we see in our data, for instance, that the overall time period it took China to build those individual toll roads, it just really goes down. So they began building very substantial chunks of their toll road network within a year or two, so it became extremely quick, that process. So it doesn't start quick. So my recommendation would be, focus on a few very clear demo projects that can be replicated. So the focus is on replication, where you can literally copy paste that project over and over again in terms of bundle of contracts, and in terms of the financing strategy, in terms of the project management strategy. And once you've nailed that demo project, basically go for it across the entire country. And there's a huge amount of global knowledge about toll roads. Toll roads are easy now. Although I said that mega projects are not easy, we know a lot about toll roads globally. So there's a lot to learn from other countries, like the example I gave with the World Bank and China working together.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe for another speaker, I think maybe from the investor or operator perspective, can you edit the comment of the first question? Maybe Pak Dani, you can add.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we have a bit different perspective here. Yeah. So each country has its own uniqueness. There was a time when we were stalled. Yeah, we were stalled not because we don't want to build, but there was just a policy implemented by the multilateral organization IMF. That is from 1997 all the way to 2004. That is a period where we are stalled, basically. Yeah, and then going forward, the government start to realize the importance of building and developing toll road. In this case, what the government has, what they have done is that they are setting a better framework, yeah, in terms of legal framework, financial framework, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Well, after that, after the consolidation part, now we are accelerating. So you can see within 7 years, the government managed to build 1,500 kilometers. And the China case is a bit different from Indonesia because of the policy of the government itself. And we are an archipelago countries, yeah, so it's not land-based. I think that in terms of positioning, Indonesia is well positioned. Dr. Atif, yeah, so Pak Danang here and Pak Heri Tezet is keep on doing an innovative and creative structure to accelerate. We are now at the acceleration phase. Yeah, so I think we should be proud of that. If you look at all these comments from the foreign investor today, I can say 95% are positive. Yeah, the Japanese, Chinese, Canadian, even our parents' company, Metro Pacific, yeah, everybody are positive.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Dani. Hopefully it will answer the question from audience. And another question is from, that's anonymous attendee. The question is the toll rate adjustment every 2 years in accordance with the law on roads still relevant and attractive to investors, especially foreign investor? So maybe for this question, I will address to 3 speakers. The first is Yoshinori-san. Maybe you can comment about this question.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, regarding the toll rate, it's a key, as Pak Dani said, that it's a key factor of the project. And then, yeah, 2 years adjustment is very attractive. Yes, I think.
Okay.
Can I say? it enough? Is it okay?
Yes. Yes, Yoshinori-san, we can hear you.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's your question, yeah. Okay. And how about?
That's all. Yeah.
Okay. How about for Mr. Su Jiangshen? Have you any opinion about this, about the tariff for 2 years?
Okay, because now our company have no project in Indonesia now, so I cannot say this one is okay. But I think this one is a support from the government, and it is a very big proof for the Indonesia's toll road infrastructures profitable. So it's very important for us. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay then. Okay, maybe I will go to the next question. Is the toll road investment climate in Indonesia? Yes, yes.
I
Okay.
think Mr. Rodrigo has made
Okay.
a excellent comparison
Pak
between
Danang.
countries, so I would probably like to have his opinion on that.
Okay, okay, Mr. Rodrigo, can you have?
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you,
Yeah,
Pak Danang.
2 years is actually an attractive adjustment period. If there is certainty that the adjustment can be granted. As I was saying in my presentation, in the case of the Philippines, the toll rate adjustment process is provided only in a contract. In the contract generally says 2 years adjustment, in a few cases 3-year adjustments. It's not uniform, but at the same time it gives the grantor or the counterparty enough discretion to reject or deny the toll rate adjustment, although it's provided in the contract. And you, as the concessionaire, of course, if you feel aggrieved, all you can do is invoke the provisions of the contract, which is generally means you have to go to arbitration or you have to go to the dispute settlement process, which doesn't carry a lot of weight. We think the Indonesian regime is better because your toll adjustment formula is provided under a law, and a law has a stronger impact than a contract, of course. But having said that, in general, now that inflation is low, I would say adjustment every 2 years is, for me, is too short or too frequent. Maybe because all you do every year is plan about your next toll rate adjustment. It's not easy to make a toll rate adjustment. Maybe that's why there is a pushback already from customers because they feel the adjustment is too frequent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rodrigo. So if you think that 2 years adjustment is too short due to the inflation, have you an idea how long the tariff adjustment will appropriate for condition right now current condition?
Okay, in the Philippines, the term of the administration is 6 years. So if you will be adjusting every two years, that means you will have 3 adjustments for every administration. It's maybe 2 adjustments would be okay. So 3 years, maybe a good compromise. Of course, the impact should be the same. I mean, your inflation is accumulated on a 3-year basis instead of 2 years. As I said, if inflation is low and your adjustment is inflation-based anyway, your 3 years worth of adjustment compared to the period when inflation is high, it's about equal in absolute terms anyway.
Okay, then. Thank you, Mr. Rodrigo. And we go to another question. Is from Intan. Okay. So although there is law number 2, 2012 concerning land acquisition for development in the public interest and its derivative regulation, the issue of toll road land acquisition is still difficult to implement and still take a long time. In the end, the investment value will swell. So what exactly is the problem? So the intern have want to know that why the land acquisition is a very long journey to settle. I think it's like that, yeah. So maybe can I address this question to Pak Pratomo Bima from Jasa Marga, maybe?
Okay, thank you. Well, I think the regulation of land acquisition during the last decade, I guess last 5 years, has been really improved. That's reflected in the development of toll road land in Indonesia. As I previously mentioned, we only in Jasa Marga has doubled the toll road length in the last 5 years. That's the reflection of the easiness that is bring by the law of land acquisition. But there are some opportunity for improvement. One of them is to optimizing the government budget to the land acquisition. Currently, we have several toll roads project that is delayed due to the allocation of the government budget. But that's really understood because we know that currently the country, not only this country but all the world, is facing the COVID-19 pandemic. So the budget should be allocated for those challenges related to the pandemic.
Okay.
I think that's from Jasa Marga. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Pak Dhani, maybe you will add about this question about the land acquisition.
Again, I have a different perspective.
Yes.
So again, let's see from the fact. Let's see from the fact, not from what is being complained. 1,500 kilometers within 7 years is translated into 200 kilometers per annum, or about 20 kilometers per month. That is not an easy job to do. Yeah, with all these various issue, the government managed to build that. Yeah, including the land acquisition as an issue. They managed to address it. Why does it happen? It's because after the enactment of land acquisition law back in 2010, 2011 onward, the process of the land acquisition is much more visible. Yeah, from the perspective of legal, from the perspective of finance, from the perspective of the business owner, as well as from the perspective of the owner, the original owner of the land. I think everything is getting clearer here. Yeah? So I pretty much believe that the land acquisition, though is still an issue, but it is addressable and visible.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Dhani. Okay. The next question is, could the foreign speakers share their investment experience outside Indonesia? And also, Mr. Atif, whether there are any project financing scheme other than loan from the bank. Maybe for the first question, I will address to Mr. Rodrigo first.
In terms of our investment experience, apart from the Philippines, where we are primarily based, we've invested already in 3 countries. We've invested initially in Thailand, and then in Vietnam, and then, of course, in Indonesia. We invested in Thailand in a toll road company, and it's also a very different market there. but we sold our investment last year, and we were happy with the investment return. But Thailand is like Indonesia. They have some kind of a hybrid investment arrange setup. Some the government related entities, the major investor, but there are private sector developers as well in the private sector developer. But the toll road sector in Thailand is very small. It maybe even just 10% of the toll road length in Indonesia. So Thailand, they're looking at more investments, but it's not as developed as Indonesia, I would say, in terms of the toll road sector. Vietnam is pretty much, I mean, just like the entire economy, it's government controlled, while there are private sector investors, still a lot of government approvals are required. Almost every step requires government approval. So it's pretty much government controlled, but the private sector is able to invest. And although they don't have many roads yet of expressway standards, many of the toll roads are actually current provincial or national highways converted to toll. So all you need to do is rehabilitate and collect toll. But they do have expressways now. And they recently passed the PPP law, so we may see some more activities in Vietnam in the coming years. From what I've seen, Indonesia is of course more developed, and the risks are easier to identify. And as long as you select the right projects, I think the risks are manageable.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then I address Dr. Atif for the second question, whether there are any project financing scheme other than loan from the bank. Maybe you can give us an opinion.
So syndicated loans are far and away the largest financing opportunity for project finance transactions. And obviously there's quite a bit of innovation in the area. So, bond markets were useful before the financial crisis in 2008. So there were a few major transactions, for example, Blue City in Oman, that was done using a bond transaction. Personally, I think I quite like bonds, by the way. But doing project finance based off of bonds is very rare. But if you're interested, and that's the intent of your question, please get in touch with me and we can talk about it as a separate thing. And perhaps the intent of your question is to inquire about Islamic finance. There are project finance transactions using Islamic finance structures out there, and there's been a steady number of transactions over the last 20 years or so. It's a small niche market. So if you're trying to build 10,000 kilometers to do Islamic finance structure on that would require work, but it's all doable. And I think, again, in the case of a country like Indonesia, working closely with international finance institutions like the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, the Infrastructure Bank from China, etc., JICA in Japan, others. That's very important to be able to have repeatable transactions you can do over and over again. So I think what's kind of bad is trying to innovate the financial structure for every project. The transaction cost of getting these financial structures sorted is extremely high. So don't try and innovate too much from one project to another. Do all your innovation up front for the 10,000 kilometers and build a highly repeatable and sound financial structure up front. Agree that with a series of partners like the World Bank, IFC, etc., and go to the market over and over again, even if you choose to go down a bond route or a Islamic finance route. But by and large, syndicated loans is where the money lives.
Okay, thank you. So this is the creative financing also important, yeah, in the infrastructure in Indonesia also. Okay, then I have a last question here. from Bapak Sudiro Roy Santoso. I think this is from Ministry Public Works. So the question is, what the major problems in toll road investment in Indonesia? Currently, there are more local investors or SOEs who invest compared to international investors. So maybe this question will address to Pak Dhani first maybe, and then maybe I want to hear from Mr. Sujang for this question. Pak Dhani, please, if you can.
Okay. Okay, so the basic thing is that this is an IDR business. So that is the number one. So if you look at the potential investor into the infrastructure space, including toll roads, there would be a strategic players like Metro Pacific, JAXPay, and so on and so forth. And we have also pension fund, and then you have the insurance company, and also infrastructure fund, as well as the PE, and so on and so forth. But looking at this, there are still homework that we need to address. One of them is the currency, and then all other risks that we probably can mitigate. These players has a different specific in terms of returns. Of course, for the developed country, they invest in the developed infrastructure. Their hurdle rate would be somewhere around 2 to 4%. But then for I don't know, in the Japanese case, you are asking for 5+%, right? So I mean, our investment yield is actually technically attractive. Yeah, 5+2%, 12.12 is between mid-teen. But then this is still to be natural hedge with the currency. That's the important thing. So how do we do it? I think we have to have a creative financing, not only from the conventional 70-30 financing bond, banks and equity. We should also adopt other kind of financing to mitigate and to lower the fluctuation of this risk. Yeah, to Dr. Atif earlier that the bonds market is another avenue. I agree, but Indonesia has bond market relatively short, 5 years. Probably if the regulator can accept bond and bridge to loan, 5 years and bridge to loan a year and then go bonds again, I think that the risk of first 5-7 years is addressed. Yeah, so the market is bigger. Now it's not only depending from the banks itself. You know that ECA has spent 47, and I think conventional bank has already a little bit overloaded on this. Yeah, so we need to have a really creative financing. And then the stage is divided into three. The first is the stage where we are doing the construction. So this probably we can enter a medium to short-term financing. Once it's completed, then it's taken over by longer-term financing. Yeah, and this financing can again mix because the participant of the financer could be. You can have various of guests. You can have PE fund there who stay for 5 years with a certain yield. You have this and that. So you have contractor financing and the bank as well as the capital market financing. The end to it is that to produce good quality projects, and then at a reasonable tariff. So this is benefit the shareholders. The stakeholder will benefit. The users will benefit. The government will benefit. The banking community will benefit. Investor benefits. So each of the ecosystem will benefit them. That's what my perspective.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Dhani. So the government support in terms of regulation and others is very important in here, yeah? Okay, and then Mr. Sujang, maybe you can add or have another perspective about the last question.
Okay. For this question, I think it's very hard to say what is the major problem of the toll road project. I think different projects have different problems. Just as what I said in my presentation just now, I listed some advantage of the local toll road infrastructure, but I also listed some weakness of it, like some many times have no VGF and also have no guarantee of the lowest traffic flow. So many international ECAs evaluate the toll road project of Indonesia is more strict than other industries like the power plant, because I'm familiar with the power plant in Indonesia. If we ask for a power plant project, we sign the PPA with PRN, the international ECS will think that it's good enough, and then give us enough loans. But for the toll road, we need to give the many guarantees, like the mother company guarantee and the guarantees for the traffic rules. So I think this is the biggest problem of it. Yes.
Okay.
And for the local SOEs, I think for the different industry is a different method to deal with it. Indonesia's local SOE have enough strength to fulfill the toll road project well in the before days. Like Malaysia and other Southeast Asia countries also like this. But now it's very happy that the Indonesia government has developed the openings of this toll road area. So I think it will be much more easier for the international investment come to Indonesia and have a more good future here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add just one thing to it, please?
Yeah, please, Dr. Atif.
So I think we talk quite a bit about financing, but financing is not where the problems will lie. There's a lot of capital in the world. The issue is going to lie in land acquisition and social environmental risk. So my suggestion would be, again, without knowing, problem called roads in general is assembling a long, thin land parcel. It's very, very hard work. Countries like US and China have very drastic land acquisition eminent domain laws that I don't think Indonesia can replicate. Just the democratic structure of Indonesian politics will not allow that. And I don't know the law, so I'm slightly on thin ice here. But one suggestion I would make is figure out what the alignment of your road projects will be. So use satellite imagery, for example, and figure out where these roads have got to go. And then figure out who owns this land parcels already. There's a very good chance that the government already owns a big chunk of this land, but the land is completely untitled to begin with. So I would start, spending a lot of time really understanding the land ownership risk of not just the current projects you're working on, but the entire pipeline of projects you're working on, and start managing that risk today, not waiting for the project to be financed in the future, etc. The second thing I would recommend doing is, once you've figured out the alignment of those particular roads for the entire portfolio, start doing your environmental impact statements now for the entire alignment. So don't wait until the project becomes bankable to start doing it. So you've got to fund the social and environmental assessment work right away, because you can't get away from that. And given how diverse and complex the Indonesian political economy is, that's going to take time, and it's not something you can rush. So that's what I would suggest, is get that right, because the single biggest blocker I can see the project getting done is not being able to force through the land acquisition and environmental and social assessment process.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Atif. Hopefully, it will answer Pak Sudiro Roy in the question. And ladies and gentlemen, now we are arrived at the end of panel session 2. And before I close this panel discussion, I would like to ask a closing statement from all the speakers of this session. Okay, starting from Dr. Atif, I think. Please to start your closing statement.
I'll make a very short statement. Big projects need big people, so invest in your learning, invest in your own capabilities. Think big.
Okay, thank you. And for Mr. Rodrigo, your closing statement, please.
Yes, thank you for inviting us to participate in this webinar. For us, it's not only an opportunity to present our investment philosophy, but also to learn about the toll road sector in Indonesia. And one thing I can add is certainly we want to grow our investments in the toll road sector in Indonesia. We think it is an attractive sector, and with the right projects, we think, and the right structure, we think we can find the right investments in Indonesia.
Okay, thank you very much. And for Mr. Su Xiangsheng, start your closing statement.
Yes, thank you very much to hold this webinar. I think this kind of webinar is very useful for us, like the foreign investors. By this webinar, we can know clearly about the local policies and more recent situations of the infrastructure. So thanks again to you, and I think if all attendees have opportunities, can please contact with me, and we can cooperate together. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Next, Mikura-san.
Yes, thank you for inviting us for the seminar. It's very, you can get important information. And then I hope that we can contribute to their project in Indonesia overall, yeah, with our technologies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Pratomo Bima, please, your closing statement.
Yeah, to the Honorable Mr. Danang Parikasi and Mr. Hedi, all speakers and moderators. First of all, me as Kerjasama representative will really appreciate and honored to be part of this interesting discussion. We do believe that despite all of the challenges we are facing, we will in the end lead to a new chance and for growing. With the support of the government and other stakeholders, we believe the toll road industry is one of the most resilient industries and will soon come back stronger. Kerjasama will take a lead to be participant for connecting Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Pratomo Bima. Okay, the last but not least, Mr. Denny Hasan, please, your closing statement.
Terima kasih, Ibu. Thank you very much. It has been a very fruitful, productive session. I think this is our time. Pak Danang, Pak Hedi, as we are in the acceleration phase, we, the private sector, supported with our shareholders, are here to be with you to execute. We know for sure that we have heard from this morning session, our positioning. Yeah, I believe that if PUPR want to hit 3 birds actually with 1 stone, this is the time. Yeah, so if you look at the foreign investment infrastructure space, is give a large field and large position to invite foreign investment. And if you want to touch something that with our government is now addressing the green energy and so on and so forth, with adding more capacity, we'll definitely reduce our emission, and we also have more project with this HSE standard. And then, of course, in this case, our positioning is already strong. We believe that the China foreign investment to China on the infrastructure space is getting less. So is India. Whereas it's now in ASEAN, as mentioned by Pak Rodrigo. We have Vietnam, Brunei don't need money, Singapore, Timor-Leste, and so on. It's not probably we are just competing with Vietnam and our Sarumpun. Yeah, but I think we have a more advantage and competitive advantage. So well-structured project. And the last one, I think I agree with my friend Jason from the CRCC. Project financing is another alternative in addition to the conventional. And we have discussed this project financing. I think the sponsor will have less, what they call this risk, then it will be transferred. If it is government can cover within 5 years of the project, that will address the issue. Yeah, Jason, I think that's your issue. Yeah. So with that, I thank you very much, Ibu. I give to you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dani. So finally, we come to end of our discussion, and we would like to say thank you again to all speakers for the informative and interesting discussion. and to the audience for active participation. So hopefully the discussion and presentation will be beneficial for toll road development in Indonesia in the future. So thank you for your attention, and back to the host. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, thank you Ibu Tanti Hidayati who have led for the second panel discussion, and please to all speakers, you may still join with us because we will have a group of photo, and also we would like to kindly invite to Bapak Eka Priya Anas and Bapak Danang Parikesit to have a group of photo with us, and we will have a group of photo with all the panelists and moderator. Okay, 1, 2, 3, please give a perfect smile. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Once more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much to all panelists, to Ibu Tanti Hidayati as our moderator, and also Bapak Eka Priya Anas and Bapak Danang Parikesit. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much to all panelists, to all speakers from first session and then until the second session. And once again, thank you very much to the panelists from the second session for the very insightful thoughts, talking about the success story and environment toll road infrastructure from investor, operators, and academician point of view. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are at the last session of the webinar, Indonesia's Toll Road Infrastructure Competitiveness in Global Perspective. But before we end this webinar, I would like to kindly invite to Bapak Eka Priya Anas as a board member of Indonesia's Toll Road Authority, or ITRA, Ministry of Public Works and Housing, Republic of Indonesia, to deliver the closing remarks and today's highlight. To Bapak Eka Priya Anas, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and best wishes for all of us. First, on behalf of BPJT, let me thanks first to PT Marga Utama Nusantara, together with Business Indonesia, for sponsoring the webinar, and also to all the panelists, Pak Danang Parikesit, Pak Heri, Pak Heldi, Pak Dani Hasan, especially from PT Marga Utama Nusantara, Pak Pratomo, Mr. Yamamoto, Mr. Karulo, Ibu Pudianti, Mr. Stefano Gezi, Mr. Mikura, Mr. Jiang Zheng, Mr. Rodrigo Emmanuel Franco, and of course to the moderator, also Pak Dr. Atif Ansar, sorry, and then also of course to the moderator from PII, Ibu Andre, Pak Andre, and Ibu Tanti. Greetings to all of you. I think Indonesia has gone through various stages in the toll road development. Yeah, it is currently the champion of PPP project for the country. ITRA has been managing expectation of the public and private sector by visioning the term of team. Yeah, we have slogan team in Indonesia, meaning is together, which is the transformation. We have to creating added value by transforming, innovation in technology, financing, and risk allocation. And then finally, modernization for user experience and asset management. Of course, transformation, innovation, and modernization and the connectivity for the nation are our guiding strategy, yeah, by the ministry and also by BPJT to achieve the toll road, what we call toll road 4.0. COVID-19 is the real stress test to all of the businesses and industries. But we have seen that the toll road industry seems surviving the test. As one, the pandemic is more controllable, the traffic almost immediately back to pre-pandemic period, especially around metropolitan area. I'm not going to conclude all the webinar as we have listened to the presentation from the perspective of regulators, academic, investor, operator, and financial institution. So, I can see the future toll road development will make all the stakeholders to cooperate and then align their various objectives. I will not be long, so let me finish the remarks by referring to industrial organization approach, which is basically in line with the webinar topic. The approach in the industrial organization or IO is what we call structure, conduct, and performance. Structure meaning who are the players and what is the market condition of industry. Obviously, the toll road industry is relatively, or we can say moderately regulated industry in Indonesia. Conduct meaning how the players, the toll road company and all other related company make a decision such as whether they want to be the leader or follower in the industry. Yeah, and of course include how pricing policy is decided. And finally, structure and conduct will determine the performance of industry. And now not only financially, but also their competitiveness and environment and social impact. Using this approach, clearly we can see there are many opportunities to improve the industry. I think this basically has been discussed, yeah, a lot in the webinar, in this by presentation and by question from the participant. For example, from structure point of view, yeah, that's a question from Pak Roy. How can we make private sector national as well international, not only SOE, yeah, from Indonesia, involved in the toll road investment and also developing the surrounding area. Related to conduct, how we can introduce regulation that can support the dynamic pricing in road tariff. And lastly, how we can make the financial performance more sustainable by employing new financing scheme has been discussed, what we call it creative financing, project financing, bond financing, and so on. I think that's all from me. Thank you for all the participants. Thank you for you all for your time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Eka Priyanas, for the closing statement and also give today's highlight. And ladies and gentlemen, now we are at the end of this webinar. And once again, I would like to thank you to all panelists and moderator for today's webinar. And last but not least, to all participants for attending today's webinar. I'm Dewi Kumala signing out and have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Terima kasih Pak Danang, Pak Dani.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all.
Terima kasih semuanya.
Terima kasih. Kita buat lagi Pak Danang, lebih besar Pak.
Ya Pak, kita prepare yang ke G20 Pak, kita bantuin
Pak, siap.
Thank you Pak ya, apa ya.